Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Monday, everybody. It's your girl Duchess streaming day 130 of this trial. An important quick note, a state's witness was incarcerated on Friday after leaving the hospital. Um, Quintarius, I think we've heard his name a lot. He is one of the plea deal witnesses. He was receiving some type of blood treatment. I'm assuming that is the witness that was expected, and why we had the court proceedings kind of, you know, delayed, for lack of a better term, after the elderly lady who had been shot testified. So he most likely will be in court today. I am so over the antics of the state. Like, did they? Because what I think about is what happened to Kenneth Copeland when he was jailed over the weekend, and really Shannon Steele just after he left the hospital. I don't know if it's the state's responsibility to have some compassion or to handle things differently. I understand the need to bring him into custody if he was scheduled to be in court, but I don't understand the need to jail him. A house arrest bracelet should have been able to handle the situation. Most likely, one was already, present. So, anywho, we're here, we're streaming. We're on day 130. And without further ado, we are going to get into this trial. Let's go.
All right. Good morning, everybody. I have, the state owes me hard copies of correspondence to do an in-camera review. Is that ready?
It's being finalized. It will be brought over after it is finalized. We had a number of things that we were going to present to the court today.
Okay, so that was supposed to be to me first thing this morning because I need to actually do the in-camera reviews. When is it going to be? Obviously, I'm not going to be looking at it before lunchtime, but
I think we can have it out to you by lunchtime, and my understanding is that we want to begin with the witnesses, and that the things that were told to be available today would be available today. That means it was near the end of the day.
I specifically said first thing this morning. So I need it by the time we break for lunch because I'm planning to start looking at it at lunch.
Yes, you are.
Okay, what else are you going to have to me?
The court told me to have the four corners case law.
Okay.
Have the response to the brief that Ms. Bossy presented regarding the transcript. I believe that we were also working on narrowing down the wiretap.
Okay. All right. Any time today is fine for the rest of them, but I had specifically said first thing for the in camera. So I need that by the time we break noon, basically. Mr. Steele, I got your, I guess, motions in limine on some of the evidence that y'all reviewed on Friday. And I don't know whether y'all try to narrow it down or not, and that's what we need to litigate still. Is that what that is?
That's what and when I say we, it's
the defense.
Yes, yeah. Your Honor. We believe that needs to be excluded.
Okay.
That's correct. If the state, upon looking at that, says they agree with it, then obviously we don't have to take the court's time. But that we tried to, go
okay, but it hasn't been
vetted,
presented to the state for potential agreement. Okay, so I'll let y'all do that, and then next time we have a non-jury day, whatever is left, we'll take up. Good morning. All right, I had another matter that we were supposed to be starting at 8:45. I'm not sure why we didn't get started until 9. but I'm not going to take the jury's time right now. So just when we break for lunch, I want y'all to come up and I'll apprise everybody of something that I don't think between here and lunch, it's going to matter if y'all don't know. Give me just a second. So do you have whomever your next witness is going to be ready to go? And is there anything else anybody needs to put on the record before we get the next witness and the jury? Nope. All right, let's have the jury and then. Hmm? And so y'all, when we adjourn for the day, the people who are allegedly going to fix for real the sound are coming to work on it. So let's everybody, fingers crossed that we won't have any more sound issues after the end of the day today. What is it? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good to see y'all all back again. I hope y'all had a pleasant weekend. Miss Love, y'all can call your next witness, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state now calls Officer Adrian Pitts to the stand.
I can hear you, but I don't know if it's through the mic or
Okay.
not. You can try the other one.
Sure thing, Your Honor. I will.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Absolutely. State and spell your name, first and last name for the court.
Officer Adrian Pitts, Adrian.
Good,
Pitts, Pitts.
good morning. Can you hear me quite all right?
Yeah.
All right. I am going to position this like so I can have the use of my hands. Officer, Mr. Pitts, are you employed?
Yes,
Where are you employed?
the Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Approaching 14 years.
And what is your title?
Police officer.
Okay. Have you received any special distinctions as a police officer during your 14 years?
Tactical field operator.
What do you do in that capacity?
It's just SWAT, barricaded gunmen, active shooter situations, stuff like that.
Is that also known as TFO for short?
Yes.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a tactical field officer with the Atlanta Police Department?
Active shooters, barricade gunmen, assistant SWAT, barricade gunmen.
And if you would come just a little bit closer to the mic.
The problem is the mic won't move, so we're gonna try to move that at lunch.
Okay. And this is both of them. Okay.
I'm gonna give you this mic. We've got all right, so that you can face that way.
Okay.
All right. Can you project and see if it works?
Test.
There we go. All right. Are you post-certified, Officer Pitts?
Yes.
And have you been post-certified during the entire duration of your employment with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And were you post-certified on April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
All right. I want to turn your attention to the date of Tuesday, April 28th, 2015. Do you recall working that day?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, do you recall about working that day?
About 4:06 hours that morning, I was dispatched to a person shot.
All right. So now when you say 4:06 hours, what do you mean?
4:06 in the morning.
Okay. All right. You stated that you were dispatched to a person shot call. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you alone or were you accompanied by a partner?
I believe initially I arrived alone, but other units did arrive
Okay.
shortly after I got there.
And when you were dispatched to this call, how did the call come through?
Person shot at 1428 Steele Avenue.
Okay, that was a poor question on my part. Let me ask a different way. Was it over the radio? Was it a phone call? How did you get dispatched?
I was dispatched over the radio.
And when you were dispatched to that person shot call over the radio, was a location given?
Yes.
What was that address?
1428 Adele Avenue, Northwest.
All right. And were you wearing a body cam that day?
No,
Okay, why not?
body cams had not been issued at that point.
You just mentioned the address of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest. In what county is that address located?
Fulton County.
Are you familiar with that community that address is situated in?
Yes.
And what can you tell the juror, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, about that particular community?
It's a lot of single family homes, older Black families own their properties for years and decades.
Okay. Are you acquainted with that particular area?
Yes.
All right. How are you acquainted with that particular area?
Patrol over there. I was assigned to the beat that the shooting took place on. I'm very familiar.
Okay. What zone is that in for Atlanta Police Department purposes?
Zone 1.
Okay. And what beat is that located in?
Beat 104.
Now, can you distinguish for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a zone is and then a beat?
So the city is broken up into 6 zones. Every zone has 2 sectors. Each sector has 7 beats, and that's just the area of responsibility that each individual who's assigned to the beat handles.
You can continue. I wasn't interrupting.
That's it.
Okay. All right. With respect to a beat, The particular beat that you were responding to on the day of April 28th, 2015, how long had you worked that beat?
At that point, maybe about 2 or 3 years, but I've been inside that area for a very long time.
The address of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest, what, if anything, is situated there?
Residents,
Okay, is it an apartment complex or a single family home?
single family homes.
All right. And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what, if anything, you saw upon your arrival to that location on April 28, 2015?
Upon my arrival, I saw shell casings in the street, driveway, property damage. Front of the house had been shot up. Vehicles in the driveway had been shot. I think one vehicle in the street also was damaged by gunfire.
All right. Where were these shell casings, excuse me, where were these shell casings that you just mentioned located in your life?
The shell casings were
Just a brief indulgence. Your Honor. All right, I think we got it.
so the
No, we didn't. It may be mine. I project as best as I can, Judge, if that helps to eliminate that distraction from the court.
I can hear. And if somebody over at the far side of the room cannot hear, y'all just let me know.
Okay.
Go
All
ahead.
right. We're told to be pretty loud of mine. All right, so you can continue with the your answer. If you need to re-ask the question, I can.
please.
Okay, all right. You described just a few moments ago that you saw several things. I believe the last question I posed to you was, where were these shell casings that you spoke of earlier?
The shell casings were in the street directly in front of the home
Okay,
and inside the driveway of the residence.
now approaching the witness, Your Honor. Take a look at this. Clean copy. I'm going to take this one.
Appreciate it.
Take a view of that. And then when you refresh your memory, you can look back up at me and we'll continue. All right.
Okay.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
All right. Can you now respond to the question that was posed?
Give me to give it to me one more time.
Sure.
Yeah.
Where was the Dodge? Where was the blue Chrysler Pacifica?
I believe the Chrysler Pacifica was in the driveway.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the tag numbers associated with said vehicles?
If I could go to the report.
Sure thing, yes, sir.
Okay. So the Chrysler Pacifica was a Georgia plate, Paul Charlie Sam 5023. The Dodge Charger was a Georgia plate, Paul Victor Yankee 5663.
Okay.
Red Infinity, it's going to be Paul Whiskey King 8190. It's PWK 8190.
Okay. All right. Now, I would like to ask you with respect to each of those vehicles. Do you recall by any chance, for the ladies and the gentlemen of the jury, where the defects, bullet defects to those vehicles were located around or about?
Yes, the red Infinity had defects and damage to the front hood and the front windshield. The blue Dodge Charger had defects to the front hood, front windshield, and the blue Chrysler Pacifica had defects to the driver side rear panel area.
All right. On that early morning of Tuesday, April 28, 2015, were you at all able to speak with the owners of said vehicles?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Were you able to speak with them ever after finished with this particular location responding to you?
No.
Okay. Did you attempt to, or did anyone from your department or precinct or zone try?
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I did not.
You described earlier that there was property damage to the home located at 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any damage to your recollection to any of the other homes located on Adele Avenue?
No, all the damage was focused on the house, and I guess the vehicles were damaged as a result of the house being shot up.
And when you say the house, is it my understanding correct that you're speaking of the 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest address?
Yes.
All right. Earlier, you provided a brief description about what it looked like, that being the house that you just described. You stated that there was a gate. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the color of that gate?
White.
Okay. And when you say a gate, are you referencing a door that appears to be as such, or a physical gate that prevents one from coming into the premises of the property?
It's like a metal security gate that goes in front of the front door. It's common on a lot of houses in the area.
Do you reference a gate in your report?
Yes.
Okay, and is that what you had in mind when you wrote that report?
Yes.
I am now going to show you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit. State's Exhibit 8, Kappa, Your Honor. And I am showing the defense, that is, what has been pre-marked as State's 8, Kappa. I am now approaching the witness, Your Honor, with your permission, or with State's Exhibit 8, Kappa.
You may
All right.
really approach.
Girl, ain't he handsome? Like he's about to make me pass a breakup note. That's Officer Pitts. He responded to the Adele shooting where the old lady was shot. So he's here to testify with that. And Quindarius Zachary, he's within the next 9 witnesses. We don't know if he's going to show today. He was incarcerated over the weekend. He's one of the plea deal witnesses. So we'll see what goes with that. Good morning, Amy. So happy to see you. Yeah, girl. That's Officer Pitts. He's handsome. Let's keep going.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Pitts, you are now holding State's Exhibit 8, Kappa. From appearance, what is it that I've handed to you?
This is Adele Avenue. Looks like it's going to be to the west of the address.
Okay, and is that the general area that you responded to depicted in that particular exhibit on April the 28th, 2015?
Yes,
And does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the area of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest as you remember it on the day that you responded to the shots fired call on April 28th, 2015?
yes.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, the state now moves to admit state's exhibit 8 Kappa Kappa into evidence and request permission to publish, subject to your rule.
It's admitted and you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, prior to publishing state's exhibit 8 Kappa Kappa, the state is going to first start by publishing state's exhibit 5 Kappa Kappa. And the screen's not working, so I'm going to direct your attention to the monitor above you.
It's working, it just takes a second.
Sure thing, Your Honor. Okay.
Well, I don't know if the witness, can you see it on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, okay, all right, that one's working. Okay, Officer Pitts, can you tell us, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you recall this particular location that is depicted in state's exhibit 5 Kappa Kappa?
Yes, it's going to be the 1428 Dale Ave. It's going to be the house. If you're looking at the picture to the right with the white metal gate.
Okay, and when you say to the right, just so that we are on the same sheet of music, are you referencing the home that has vehicles within the driveway?
Yes,
All right, and when you responded to that location, did it look like how it does on this particular exhibit?
yes.
Yes, and I am just going to use this clicker so that it can ease transition. All right, now turning your attention to state's exhibit 6 Kappa Kappa, which has already been admitted into evidence. What are we looking at here for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Officer Pitts?
That's going to be 1428 Adele Ave. It's going to be the house with the white vehicle driveway.
And I would ask, transition to the next exhibit. State's exhibit 7 Kappa Kappa. Is this, what are we looking at here?
1428 Adele Ave, house with the white vehicle in the driveway.
And is it fair to say this is just a wider view of the same area that you responded to?
Yes.
And using this exhibit that contains this wider view, can you point to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, or describe better yet, the general area where you saw the shell casings when you responded at 4:06 a.m. on April 28, 2015?
In the driveway right there, about where the car is going to the street.
Okay, I have a pointer. It's working. Somebody. All right. I'm so sorry. Okay. When you say driveway, right?
So right about, yeah, right about there where your pointer is.
And when you say in the street, as it relates to the shell casings, are you talking about where the pointer is moving across?
Yeah, about there.
Okay, all right. I'm now turning your attention to state's exhibit 8 Kappa Kappa, which has just been admitted into evidence. It's just slow. Just a brief indulgence. Okay, I apologize. All right, Officer Pitts, as it relates to state's exhibit 8 Kappa Kappa, which is now being published on the screen before you, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which direction this angle of this particular photo is facing or directed towards?
This is Adele Avenue to the west of 1428.
And when you say, of course, there we go. Okay, that direction headed that way where the cursor is moving is considered west in this view?
That's correct.
All right. And did you happen to see any shell casings in this particular viewpoint when you arrived?
I don't believe so. No.
Did you see anything of value during your particular investigation in that particular area of Adele Avenue?
Not if I remember, no.
Earlier, you spoke about, you saw shell casings, and I want to continue to probe on that. Do you recall the amount of shell casings that you saw at the scene of the incident?
About 32.
Okay. Do you recall or remember the caliber of shell casings that were in your viewpoint?
Yeah, 223 caliber and 7.62.
You said, and the last one you said?
7.62.
7.62. Okay. Do you have training or experience firing a rifle?
Yes.
And in your training or experience as an officer, what type of rounds fit into a rifle?
223, 7.62.
And in your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, does a rifle require one or two hands to hold?
2.
Okay. In your training and experience as one who has fired a rifle, is this one that is a single shot firearm or one that shoots in rapid succession?
It shoots multiple rounds.
All right. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor. All right. Senior active, AD active, you can pull down AKK for a brief moment. All right. When you arrived, Officer Pitts, to 1428 Adele Avenue, which reference to the shooting, did you ever at all count the amount of bullet defects that you saw on the cars or on the home?
I don't remember, but I do remember seeing the bullet defects of residents in the vehicles.
Did you recall there being a lot or a few?
It was a lot.
Were all of the defects that you saw when you responded, did they appear to be fresh?
Yes.
And in your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, how do you distinguish what is fresh versus which is old in terms of bullet defects?
You're going to have, when you have fresh damage from bullet holes, you'll have smaller microparticles from the material still scattered about on the surface of whatever you're looking at.
And these microparticles that you're describing, are they microparticles from the object or material that has been defected by
Yes.
the bullet, or it's microparticles from the bullet itself?
It's going to be from wherever the object was it was struck.
And is it fair to say that these microparticles that you're describing, that they're small, are they?
Yes.
But based on your training and experience, it's fair to say that you know what to look for.
Yes.
Is it also fair to say that you've seen multiple such types of? I can rephrase, Ron.
All right.
Have you seen multiple defects to property before?
Yes.
And is that what informs your ability to, is it fair to say that is what informs your ability to look for such microparticles in other crime scenes?
Yes.
Are these microparticles that you're describing anything of such value that someone that would come behind you could collect?
I don't understand
Let me rephrase. Is that something that you would normally collect, microparticles?
that. No.
Okay. Does it have any value outside of you being able to detect whether the bullet defects are old or new?
No.
Okay. All right. I want to turn your attention to the moment where you said you arrived to the location. Did you ever get out of your vehicle?
Yes.
And how were you dressed on that day?
In uniform.
And were you in a marked or unmarked police car?
Marked police car.
And did you ever walk up to the home of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do or say during that time?
I met a gentleman, black male, medium brown skin tone. He was at the door wearing a Famerica brown sweatshirt. I asked him if he had been injured. He said that he had not
I'm
been.
gonna object to the hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may respond. This is the course of an active investigation, and this is the effect on the listener, and he informs what will come next.
Just move on to your next question.
Sure thing, Your Honor. All right, I'll move on to the next question for you. This individual that you described, you just provided a description. Was he tall or short?
I can't remember.
Do you recall if he was taller than you?
I don't think he was now.
And you described the shirt he was wearing that you said had Fam America on it somewhere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you saw that shirt, did he have any value to you when you saw that name?
Fam America at the time was a prominent gang in the area.
I'm going to object as to improper foundation and move to strike.
Can you lay the foundation?
Sure. I can ask a few preliminary questions, John. Sure thing. What training or experience do you have with gangs in that area?
Plenty of experience. Sometimes that we get information from investigators to keep an eye out for this type of clothing or this type of coloring or these type of tattoos that would indicate gang affiliation.
Okay, and was that your first time seeing?
Excuse me, I'm going to object to that testimony again and ask it to be struck. It violates our ability, the confrontation clause, our ability to question where this information is coming from. It is hearsay. I would ask that answer be struck.
Overruled.
Okay. You can continue with your answer if you had any.
That was it.
Okay, all right. And with that particular background in mind, was this incident to which you responded the first such time that you had ever seen such indicators of clothing as you described?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, all right. And your experience, based on what you had learned prior to that moment in your training, did that language on that sweatshirt have any value to you as a law enforcement officer with such training and background?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I would renew my objection. Indicate there's not proper foundation that's been laid.
I'm sustained at this point.
Okay. All right. Have you ever had formal gang training?
No.
Okay. But have you ever had interactions with gangs?
Yes.
And have you come to learn prior to April 28, 2015? Let me rephrase this question. What identifiers, to your knowledge at that time, in April 28, 2015, did the gang, as you described, Fam America have?
Sometimes they wore clothing that had their.
Sustained.
I'm gonna move on to another question. At that time that you saw this individual with the shirt and indicated that you described, language, Fam America.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do after that?
I went to the home and looked for an injured party.
Okay, when you say you went to the home, are you saying you went in the home?
I went inside the home and looked for an
And
injured party.
when you went inside of the home, what, if anything, did you see or do?
Spoke with the person who was struck by gunfire. If I may refresh my memory.
Sure.
The victim, Denise Renee Bell.
I want to ask you a little bit before we transition to what you did in the home. I do remember what you said last.
Yes.
Orienting you back to what you said when you met the individual, the male at the
Yes.
front door. Can you describe around or about his age?
He looked to be in his mid to upper 20s.
Okay. What was his demeanor?
He was calm.
And when you entered the home, did you actually, in fact, see an injured party?
Yes,
And where about in the home do you recall her being?
she was in a rear room of the residence.
Did you ever get a name for her?
Yes, her name was Denise Renee Bell.
Were you ever given a name for the male that met you at the front gated door that you described earlier?
No,
Did you ever ask?
no,
All right. Did he remain the entire time that you were completing the course of your investigation?
no.
Okay. Where do you recall where he may have gone?
No. He's gone.
And do you recall at what point he left the property?
While I was speaking with the victim, he left. When I asked where he went, nobody knew.
I'm gonna object to the hearsay.
The answer is nobody knew anyway. so. Sustained.
Your Honor, may I do so?
Move on.
Do you recall what relationship, if any, this unknown black male in this family America shirt had with the victim in the home?
Your Honor, to the extent it calls for hearsay, I would object.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't hear what you said.
To the extent that that response calls for a hearsay, I would object.
I'm sorry, re-ask your question. I was focused on what you said and I've lost what the question was.
No problem, Your Honor. All right. Do you recall what relationship, if any, the unknown black male in the family America shirt had with the victim?
Okay, sustained to the hearsay objection.
Do you know if he resided at that location?
No.
How familiar are you with Club Crucial?
Fairly familiar.
All right. And how are you familiar with Club Crucial?
Club Crucial is a nightclub that is in the zone. It's on Pinkhead, Dontley Hollow Parkway.
When you say the zone, what zone are you referencing?
Zone 1.
And being that it was in the zone, is it fair to say that you would pass by there?
Yes.
Okay. And how often would you be in that area, specifically where Club Crucial is located?
Typically, we would patrol and post up outside the club, opposite side of the street when it's in operation.
Okay. Why would you post up across the street from Club Crucial?
Sometimes it does attract a a rowdy crowd.
And how often would you post up?
Every night was open.
Okay. And how often, to your knowledge, would it be open?
Mondays, Fridays, Saturdays, and maybe Sundays.
And to your knowledge, was Tuesday, April 28, 2015, the early morning hours from when that club would have been letting out?
Yes.
And were you doing directed patrol over there prior to responding to 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
I can't remember, but I'm sure that I was.
Okay. And would you do it alone?
No.
And around or about how many law enforcement officers would be a part of that directed patrol team?
Maybe about 2 or 3 units.
When you say units, are you talking about vehicles or persons?
Vehicles and persons. So 2 or 3 officers.
And do you know the hours, if you recall roughly about the hours of operation, not the days, but the hours of operation for Club Crucial?
I recall that it closes at about 3.
Based on your dispatch call, about how long after Club Crucial, excuse me, let me rephrase it, I got tongue tied. Based on your dispatch call, about how long after Club Crucial formally closed did this gunshots fired call come?
A little more than an hour.
About how far, to your knowledge, is Club Crucial from 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
1428 Adele Avenue is probably a few miles south of Crucial, maybe about 3 or 4.
Okay. Are you familiar with an Officer Clinton Hayes?
Yes,
All right. And are you familiar with him having patrolled in that particular zone?
yes.
And do you know if he would have been patrolling in that zone around or about the time you were assigned to it?
If we were both working that night, then he probably was, yes.
And would he have also been one who is, I'll rephrase the question. Actually, we'll just start the question. Do you know if he was doing directed patrol on that particular day?
I can't remember.
To your knowledge, what was the busiest night for Club Crucial?
Objection, relevance.
Very relevant, huh?
Overruled.
Mondays and I believe Saturdays.
I am now showing you what has been previously admitted as States Exhibits 2 Tango through 6 Tango, and they will be published on the screen. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor, while we get that technology.
No problem.
It's now coming on the screen, States Exhibit 2 Tango. Right. Decent evidence. Yes. And these, Your Honor, for the court's notification, they were admitted through Officer Clinton Hayes. Yes, Your Honor. Showing you now what has been admitted previously as States Exhibit 2 Tango, and you're now seeing it on the screen. What are we looking at here?
That's the front face of Crucial.
And is this how you remember it to have looked in April of 2015?
Yes,
Okay. And is Club Crucial still open and functioning by any chance?
yes, it is, but I don't work at night anymore.
And does it still look like this, or has it changed to your knowledge?
The red stripe is no longer there, and they have a security gate in front of both driveways.
Right, and I am now transitioning your attention to States Exhibit 3 Tango. All right. What are we looking at here at States 3 Tango?
That's Crucial.
All right. Do you see the red stripe that you saw in the last exhibit?
No,
Right. Do you see the security gates that you just talked about?
yes,
And were those security gates there in 2015?
no.
You know around or about when those gates were placed there?
No, maybe last year or so.
Now showing you States Exhibit 4 Tango. Do you see the brown structures on that property?
Yes,
Were those brown structures there in 2015 to your recollection?
no,
Do you know around or about when those brown structures got there?
no.
And is it, what are we looking at here?
That's Crucial from the parking lot.
Do you see any tire tread or marks on the ground on this exhibit? Or,
Yes,
all right. And based on your training experience, why would marks like that be on the ground?
Your Honor, that would call for speculation. I object.
Overruled.
Tire tread would be on the pavement because maybe somebody was driving and doing donuts.
Okay. Is that what that looks like to you, a donut?
Yes.
Is that some of the rowdy things that you described that would happen over there?
Yes.
I'm showing you the final state's exhibit that'll be published from this category of state's exhibit 6 Tango. What are we looking at? What is the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? What are the ladies and gentlemen of the jury looking at here in state's exhibit 6 Tango?
That's still the parking lot of Crucial, but it's the facing east.
Okay. And what street is that running perpendicular to the building?
That's going to be Donnelly Hollowell Parkway.
Earlier, you stated that Club Crucial was about 2 miles or so from 1428 Adele. About how much time in terms of minutes would it take for you to get from Adele to Donnelly Hollowell Parkway, where Club Crucial is situated?
Maybe about 4 or 5 minutes.
And when you say 4 or 5 minutes, are you talking about driving or are you talking about walking?
Driving.
And to be sure, is Club Crucial and Adele Avenue in the same beat?
No.
Okay. Do you know what beat Club Crucial sits in?
Crucial.
Overruled.
Crucial is one of the 109 speed.
Right. I want to turn your attention back to the moment when you entered inside of the residence situated at 1428 Adele. Earlier, you stated that you saw the gunshot victim. Can you describe around or about her age to you at that time?
Mid-20s to late 20s.
Can you describe her demeanor?
She was excited. She was upset.
How was she positioned, if you will, inside of the home?
I can't really remember, but I believe she was, when I spoke with her, she was lying prone on her stomach.
Did you happen to get a date of birth for the victim when you were investigating this particular incident?
Yes.
All right. Would you have included that? In your report?
Yes.
And are you sure at the time that you made contact with her that she was in her mid to late 20s?
Let me refresh my recollection.
All right, I'll give you a few moments to refresh and then look back up at the new concepts.
He's thinking about the niece that he came in contact with, probably when he said the 20s. I caught that. I didn't know if they would catch that. The other thing that happened this morning while he's looking, if I can get this out really quickly, the state still has not produced what they needed to for the court to do that in-look investigation into their emails and things. So she was a little annoyed by that. They supposed to
I'm
address.
gonna ask you a different question. That I think I want to circle back first.
Okay.
A few moments ago, did I hear you correctly when you said that she was excited?
Yes.
All right. When you approached her and saw where she was positioned, did you see where about on her body she was struck by a bullet?
The upper right buttocks.
And was she alive, alert, conscious?
Yes.
Is that yes to all three?
Yes, she was alert, conscious, and breathing.
And was she in need of emergency medical services?
Yes.
And were emergency medical services called at that time?
Yes.
And do you recall who called?
I requested Grady EMS to come out and transport female.
Did you speak with Ms. Bell ever after that day?
No.
During your investigation of this matter, did you learn if there was anyone else did you see anyone else in the home while you were there?
Yes.
All right. About how many persons did you see and observe?
From the start, when I got there was 6.
All right. Okay. So, do you recall the names of those persons?
Yes.
All right. What are their names?
The other 4 individuals who were inside the residence, if I can go to my report.
Sure.
Taiwan Marquise Marsh, Cecilia Davis, Diamond Mills, Zaranisha Coakley.
About how old did these persons appear to you?
They all appeared to be in their 20s.
Late or early 20s?
Probably about mid-20s.
Do you know if they were residents of that particular home or passersby?
Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you, all right, what was their demeanor like when you encountered those 4 individuals you described?
They were all upset and excitable.
How were they dressed?
They were all wearing street clothes, like they had been up.
At 4:06 in the morning?
That's correct. All but I believe 1 female.
Just a brief indulgence. At the time that you made contact with these 4 individuals, was the male in the Famerica sweatshirt still present or gone from the premises?
Sustained. Well, actually overruled. That particular question wasn't asked before. Go ahead.
You can answer.
The male in the brown Fan America shirt, he was no longer at the location.
Is that, so you, earlier you described that there were 4 persons inside there at that time, inside the home, that is, at that time.
At that time, when I initially arrived, we had the male in the brown Fan America shirt, the 4 people that I named just a moment ago, and the victim.
Okay. Was there ever a time that you spoke with anyone else?
Yes.
What were their names?
If I go to the report.
Sure.
So while at the location, a Kanisha Harris arrived.
How was she dressed?
She was dressed in street clothes.
Did she come into the house?
Yes.
What was her demeanor?
She was upset as well.
About how old did she appear to you?
About in her 20s.
Okay. Did she come alone?
I'm not sure.
All right, I want to talk about your activity inside of the home a little bit further. While inside of the home, can you describe the interior of the home for the ladies and gentlemen?
The interior of the home had what looked to be other bullet holes in the wall into the interior, but it had been plastered over and covered each individual hole.
Okay. And when you say plastered over, can you describe a little bit more detail, if you can, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what you mean by that?
Like repaired. The bullets came through the home, and then someone came through and put drywall plaster over each individual home or hole.
And did you also see new bullet defects inside of the home that weren't plastered?
Yes.
Did you? Do you have personal knowledge of when that those older bullet defects were present at when they got there?
Yes. Well, I did a premise.
Personal knowledge.
Oh, no. No.
Okay. Was there a time that you exited the home at 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
Yes.
All right. And what, if anything, occurred at that point?
I spoke to a resident who lived in the neighborhood.
What was that resident's name?
If I can go report, Anthony Travis.
And about how old did he look to you?
About in his 20s, maybe upper 20s.
Did you initiate contact with him, or did he initiate contact with you?
He initiated contact with me.
All right. What, if anything, did he tell you at the time he initiated contact?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
May I respond, Your Honor?
You may.
It is, in fact, the present sense impression, and it is also going to be an effect on the listener himself.
Your Honor, it's neither of those two things.
Hang on. Let me hear what he's saying.
What he is going to testify, what I am saying, we expect the testimony to be, is going to be tantamount to a present sense impression. If I may approach to further clarify, I don't want to put that on the record.
Do you want to come out to the bench? we need to take a look at that case since we're all just looking at it for the first time, because a present sense impression exception doesn't have to be somebody perceiving it at the actual time they are telling about it, the actual time they're perceiving it. It can be, but it can be immediately after as well. So the question is sort of like, how much time can go by for it to still be considered immediate? And I don't know if you know what you expect the witness to testify to, but
Yes, it should be. 1 through 4, JJ. Yes. Yes. And Your Honor, may I ask the court to, for the insight related to that case, if I would, Your Honor?
did you say 370 Georgia 757?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And I don't know, was there a pinpoint site?
I'm in Division 5.
All right. Do you have any idea what do you expect the witness's answer to be when you ask him the time that elapsed?
I expect that he will say that it was sufficiently close enough for the exception to apply in this particular set of facts, Your Honor. But I will say that I will not make a misrepresentation to the court. I will do as the court is instructed. Nonetheless, while still reading this case law to further bolster, I believe, or the state's expectation that and support that it's sufficiently close enough in time.
Okay, well, I doubt if he's going to answer the question. It was sufficiently close enough in time in order to get this within the exception. I'm asking, can you step back out? I sort of gave you that instruction as though it was an option, but we'd actually like for you to stay out till we call you, but you didn't know that. So 370 Georgia 757 and nothing's coming up. Georgia appeals, that makes a difference. Okay, sorry. So do you have any idea, Mr. Brown, the amount of time he's going to say elapsed?
I would say about 20 minutes, but I want to confirm that before I stick that and make it.
Well, I mean, obviously, but okay, well, I don't know if 20 minutes is going to get you within the
At the
exception.
most, I should say.
I guess we'll see what he says, but.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
when the court has an opportunity, what I would suggest, and what is probably appropriate, is for the prosecutor to give the court, and I think you asked for this, a proffer of what the witness would say. The
Mhm.
Brantley decision does give, in Division 5, gives a pretty specific definition of present sense impression. And I don't know that there's been a case that says, well, 5 minutes is good, 20 minutes is good, 25 minutes is good. I don't know. I've not seen one that goes with that much specificity. But I think the case is clear, and the case law, other than Brantley, is clear that there has to be a significant amount of, I use the word contemporaneity, if that's a proper word, has to be sufficiently contemporaneous to be free of any sort of misrepresentation by the witness. And although it doesn't have to be immediately contemporaneous, the witness doesn't have to be making a statement right at the time they're observing it. I think the cases contemplate that it has to be made very soon in time thereafter. And at this point, without a proffer, we just don't know what time period we're talking about, so that we know whether it meets the definition of no.
Okay, well, yeah, I see substantial contemporaneity, which that's a word I've never heard before, of the event, and the statement to negate the likelihood of deliberate or conscious misrepresentation. So if that's what we're evaluating, then this may be within that. So thank you for pointing that out. Is there any indication in this Brantley case how long past the event the grandmother's statement was?
I'm looking.
They have unhelpfully declined to include that information within the case, it appears.
I do not see it, Judge.
So,
Your Honor,
yes, sir.
if I may, at this point, I just want to turn the court's attention to 4 Kappa Kappa, which has been admitted into evidence. It is the call for services report that was admitted prior to this witness testifying.
Okay.
And the court inquired as to the amount of contemporaneity
Uh-huh.
that took place between the statement and the call.
Uh-huh.
And with that exhibit, I do have an answer, Your Honor.
All right.
The call was received at 4:06, and Officer Pitts arrived at 4:08.
Okay. Right. So I'm asking, any idea how long after the event he spoke with whomever this witness is? And you were saying you think within 20 minutes, so.
May I ask for a moment to speak with witness to give a proper answer, but I expect that outside of the courtroom?
No, our position would be bring the witness in. Let's have the witness answer that question.
Yeah, agreed. You can just ask him to step back in.
Ron, you want him on stand for that question?
Yeah,
Okay, I just want to be sure.
if he knows.
All right. Officer Pitts, it's a little different. It's not a couple people sitting over here.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions to ask you for the court's purposes. If you recall, around or about which time do you recall the call coming in for service?
We already know that. Just get to the point.
Sure. Do you know around or about the time that elapsed between you arriving to the scene and speaking with Mr. Anthony Travis? Was it hours or was it a few minutes?
Minutes.
Okay.
Y'all want to ask him anything about that?
Yes, please. May I?
You may.
May I stay here, Judge, and if I speak to the
You
microphone?
can, yes.
Officer Pitts, is it?
Yes.
All right. On that note, were you the person that spoke to Anthony Travis?
Yes.
And you indicated previously you got to the scene and you went inside, spoke to some people. So give us an estimate as best you can from the time of your arrival to the time you actually speak to Mr. Travis or he comes to you. How much time had passed?
Maybe about 15, 20 minutes.
15 to 20 minutes?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. You can step back outside. All right. My ruling would be that's close enough in time to negate the likelihood of deliberate or conscious misrepresentation. So I'm going to permit that as a present sense impression exception to hearsay. Does anybody need to use the restroom before we have the jury back? All right, let's all take as quick of a break as we can because we've already been out about 15 minutes. Thank you.
And I haven't spoken with him, so, I know.
All right, what's your name? Okay, I'm sorry, I hadn't seen you in a while. You looked familiar to me, but.
Everybody thinks I'm dead.
Okay. Are you asking to approach without the defense?
No, make a mistake. That's fine. That's one from the record. I'm representing Mr. Zachary. Okay, Mr. Penny, I understand he was picked up on material witness. I would ask the court to release him. He's got sickle cell bad. When he was picked up, he was just or he's in Brady right now. That Brady, he's in, Fulton County Jail. He's got pneumonia. He will not live, Judge. I talked to the family. In the last 4 months, he's been 10 out of the hospital 10 times. He's extremely sick. He will not survive in Fulton County. I would ask that he be released, and I'm going to be in touch with him. He will come to court when you ask him to come to court.
Go ahead.
If not, he won't live.
All right, so the information I got this morning, and y'all, this was actually what I wanted to discuss on the record, had we, at the bench conference, had we gotten started at 8:45, like I asked for us to get started. So anyway,
I'll wait until one of his letters. I'll send you-
no, this has nothing to do with that. But the information that I got this morning from the sheriff's office was that he is in Grady.
Your Honor,
So I don't know how recent your information is.
I talked to family 2 a.m.
Well, we've
Okay,
spoken
thank
with the sheriff has informed us since that time, and that was what I wanted to bring to the court's attention.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Judge, and I think that this is a matter that I can speak with Mr. Shive about. I don't know if he wants to fully flesh it out now, but I did want to approach the court with the information and the defense with the information we had. There's more information than just that.
Okay, why don't we just, let's have a bench conference. But I would like to be able to just talk about it without them all huddling at the bench. So just don't record this, please. And you're not supposed
Lord have mercy. Let me try to check my emotions, y'all. So this is Quintarius Zachary. He probably is on this indictment, maybe not. He is one of the witnesses who have a plea deal. He is one of the next 9 witnesses that are scheduled to be seen. He was supposed to testify last week, I'm guessing sometime after, but there were quite a few delays last week in terms of witnesses and that sort of a thing. So much is so that at least 2 days was wasted, which I'm still a little annoyed by that, but that's not what we're discussing. So on Friday, he received a blood transfusion, as I'm learning. I know they said a blood treatment. He had received 2 of them, and they arrested him and put him in Fulton County over the weekend. After leaving the hospital or taking him from the hospital. And we're listening to them say that at 2 a.m. this morning, he was still in Fulton County. And what boggles my mind is I think about the treatment that Woody received and how they handled him, and this guy being ill. I get that all of these other pieces that are in play where the state must obviously need their testimony given how horrible this case is. But for them to incarcerate that man over the weekend seems strategic to me, for one, because he won't get to see a judge until Monday anyway. And then the state of his well-being is just cruel. And it's just another example of how the state exerts its power. As Amy mentioned, there are so many different ways to get a witness testimony. The Zoom calls, for one, is a way to get his testimony. His attorney is in there and can make sure that he comes to court. You can put the device on them or whatever, the ankle monitor or whatever that situation goes to make sure that this person does what he needs to do. To incarcerate him just seems strategic to enforce their power, and to remind this witness of how they can make their lives intolerable in order to get what they want, to prosecute this case that really doesn't have, I mean, it's all coercion. It's all power and coercion to get what they want. And that is just something that I can't get with. And it's so hard to it's like it's so many different victims. It's victims on the defense side, and it's victims, of course, on the prosecution side. The reason why they're here prosecuting this case. what do you do? And how long do they allow this type of thing to go on? There should be some type of governing, because obviously the judge signed the arrest warrant, but would the judge know that, this person is dealing with these health issues? Then we have this attorney showing up for his client saying he won't survive. I'm just, I don't know. I mean, I didn't know that I could be more outdone than I am right now, but I am just beyond just the cruelty to exert your power over another human being with no regards to the karmic debt, with no regards to the humanity. These are supposedly officers of the court that are supposed to serve and protect their community. And you have his whatever plea deal. I'm sure there's a number 8 testimony like she did with Munktunk, Antonio Sledge or whatever, whichever name we want to insert there. So is this something that was absolutely necessary? And it isn't. I don't see a reason to operate in that sense other than to exert your power. And I saw a post of Woody over the weekend where he was literally petitioning God to step in on behalf of everyone, because he simply stated that this isn't about justice, it's about power. And I have to agree with that, because why else would you do that? And then to even wait until Friday seems strategic. You had all week. Moontoon got off the stand, what, Tuesday or Wednesday? I think it was like Tuesday or Wednesday. The days are running together for me because I got really annoyed them last 2 days. Did I mention that already? I mentioned that. But I would think that this person was supposed to come on the stand. It would have made better in, you know, prosecuting and wanting the jury to follow the timelines and such, to have him on the stand after Moontoon. But that blew up in their face in such a way. Maybe that wasn't the best strategy, but I am just having a hard time believing that it was necessary to handle it in this way and to make it to where he had to stay in over the weekend, regardless of the state of this human being. This lady needs to be taken to the woodshed. I'm sorry. Let's take some comments. A failure to Amy Celeste, a failure to plan on Miss Love's part does not constitute an emergency on anyone else's part. It is a power trip. He ain't gonna run off. Exactly. If he was gonna run off, he wouldn't have even. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds like the boy can't run off, but exactly. And he's not getting blood transfusions um as an elective procedure. That's something serious when they're giving you blood. Like, unless he's had some type of surgery and it has lost blood and they're replacing it, which that doesn't sound like that's what he's doing, because he's back in there today. They're trying to save this boy's life. And I mean, loss of life is loss of life. There is no way of one over the other, in my opinion. And ultimately, our creator is who handles that judgment anyway. Like, the spiritual realm is a very, very powerful realm. So to operate in this sense is just, something needs to be done about the state. Something needs to be done about the state. Let's take another comment. Exactly. Lil D needs to rest and recover. After that, he has sickle cell. Oh, that's what it is. I knew it has to be something serious. And that's Little D. Okay. She is building up some bad karma for sure. Absolutely. I didn't realize that he had sickle cell. And for him to be receiving blood transfusions, it really, really has to be serious. Listen, I don't know what attorney can take over for these people, these victims on the other side of the law, but there should be some lawsuits filed into the state. We're gonna get them back in court. I'm gonna mute it and we'll get back into court.
Okay. We see.
Well, I'll try to look at it on the fly here and,
What was that pen site, since we can look at it?
Hmm?
That pen site that he provided before?
I don't know. Is there a pin site? Sorry, y'all. I thought we were ready, but of course, after I say bring the jury, we have some more. Oh, wait, here's some more. Thank you. Had a chance to take a look, to respond. I'm so sorry, y'all.
Be, in fact, a part of the analysis
had a chance to take a look to respond. I'm so sorry, y'all.
Mr. Travis said that before the shooting occurred, there was
All right, before the break, you indicated that you spoke with an Anthony Travis. Do you recall that statement?
That's correct.
All right. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you spoke with him about?
Mr. Travis said that before the shooting occurred, there was a
This subject matter, not what he said.
The subject matter, without saying what he said.
he witnessed the shooting occur.
All right. Did he describe, if at all, if he saw the person who conducted the shooting?
He did.
Okay. Were you able to, from that conversation with Mr. Travis, were you able to make out a description of what the person he saw without saying what he said?
So what I want you to focus on is what would make a difference with regard to this exception. Time and
I will draw that question and ask a different one. What did he describe that he saw? Hold on, 1 second. How long after you arrived to the scene of the incident did you interact with, how long after you arrived to the scene of the shooting did you interact with Mr. Travis? How long after?
About 15, 20 minutes.
And did he give you details about what he saw regarding the shooting that took place prior to your arrival?
He did.
And without saying what Mr. Travis said, was Mr. Travis able to describe what the shooter did?
He was, yes.
Okay. All right. Was he able to describe to you at that time the methods of transportation, if any, for that particular shooting?
Yes.
And earlier you talked about the ages of the persons you interacted with that day.
Yes.
Do you recall the dates of birth associated?
Not off my memory. I would need my report.
Okay, I am now approaching you again with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 500R. And I'm going to give you this is the exhibit again. And when you've had a moment to refresh your recollection, please look back up at me when your memory has been so refreshed.
Yes.
All right, so what is the date of birth for the victim, Ms. Denise Bell?
January 21st, 1956.
Based on that date, would she have been in her mid to late 20s?
No.
Okay. What about the dates of birth for the other persons that you interacted with on that early morning of April 28th, 2015?
Yes. Refreshing my memory, Miss Diamond Mills was born 10/30/1995. Mr. Travis or Anthony Travis, 2/27/1959. Cecilia Davis, 11/13/1962. Diamond Mills, 10/30/1995. Zuranisha Coakley, 7/15/1994. And Taiwan Marsh, 3/14/1997.
Have just a few more questions for you, Officer Pitts. The shell casings that you talked about, you saw earlier. Did you ever collect those for evidentiary purposes?
The crime scene tech collected the casings.
And do you recall who that crime scene tech was that came to that scene?
I believe it was Turner. His name was Turner.
And do you know who called him out to that scene?
That would have been me, if I'm remembering correctly.
And without saying anything that he said, do you normally have any kind of interaction with him prior to him getting started with what he does?
No.
Just a brief indulgence.
Sure.
And around what time did you leave the scene?
I can't remember.
Okay. And do you recall who all was still there when you left?
No, I don't remember.
And did that conclude your involvement with this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, say passes.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness?
No questions on behalf of Mr. Williams.
None. All right, coming up.
Officer Pitts.
Hello. Good morning.
My name is Max Shard, I represent. I'm using this mic now. There we go. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. All right. You arrived at the scene, and it sounds like within 15 to 20 minutes you were speaking to a Mr. Travis.
Anthony Travis, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Travis was, to your understanding, not someone that lived in that residence.
That's correct.
Okay. And he approached you on the street as you were leaving?
I believe that he spoke with an officer standby, and then when I got out there, he approached me.
Okay. And he gave you a description of the person whom he saw shooting at 1428 Adele Avenue, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He described that, and he gave a description also of a car, correct?
That's correct.
He said one car left the scene, one car, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And he described the person shooting a gun that had a banana clip, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And he described that individual as a black male,
That's correct.
short black male, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you get a height range or was it just short?
I believe it was just short.
Okay. And he described that gentleman as having dreadlocks, correct?
That's correct.
The shooter being short black male with dreadlocks.
That's correct.
Can I approach?
You will. Yes,
Can I approach with 410Y and 415Y?
you may freely approach the witness, yes.
Thank you. Could you look at 410Y?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask you the identifications of any of those individuals, but do you see an individual wearing, do you see a date on that poster?
Objection, Judge, relevance.
I don't know what
I'm sure
it
my
is,
client doesn't
so.
match the description.
Okay. was an inappropriate way to answer that. I don't even know what the exhibit is, so I can't rule on it.
I would ask that we approach Your Honor.
All right.
Girl, yes. Yes, those ultrasounds were tense. Especially a lot of the ultrasounds we did was testicular in nature. Anywho, back to the case.
410Y and 413Y. Could you look at 410Y? Do you see a gentleman in a plaid maroon and black and white shirt?
Yes,
Does that gentleman have dreadlocks in
Your
that
Honor,
picture?
I'm going to object on the same basis that we had at the bench, and I'll ask for a continual objection because for the reasons that were articulated.
Does that gentleman have dreadlocks in that picture?
No,
Okay. And what is the date of that post, if you can read it?
4/28/2015.
Is that the same day as this incident that you were referring to in your testimony here today?
Yes,
Okay, I'm going to ask you to look at 413Y and your 413Y. Is that another picture of that gentleman?
yes,
And you would agree that that picture also shows that he does not have dreadlocks?
that's correct.
Okay, Your Honor, may I just publish? And Your Honor, once the jury is done with those photos, I don't have any further questions.
Do any other defense attorneys have questions for this witness? All right, does the state have redirect?
Yes, Your
Mic
Honor.
back on. All right.
Allow.
All right, I'll give them just a second. And then you may do your redirect. When you asked to publish, I actually thought you were going to publish it electronically because that's how we've been publishing. And this is fine, but it does take a little bit longer
I apologize. We didn't have the electronic copy available.
of this. Okay, it's fine.
around, I believe.
And if you want to, yeah, if you want to collect them after the jury's finished, before you present your redirect and just put them back up with the court reporter, that'll be fine. Thank you.
I am now collecting, Your Honor,
All right.
state exhibits for 13 line. I am starting with State's Exhibit 413. And 413 Yankee, and I am handing it to the witness. I want to ask you a couple of questions about that exhibit, which is in your hand.
Yes.
On cross, you were asked a few questions by Mr. Stillwell's attorney. I want to ask you, do you know Shannon Stillwell?
No.
Do you know when that picture was taken?
The date says 4.
I want to ask you, can I ask the answer of the question? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
It's timestamped, yes.
Okay. Do you know that if that was the date that the picture was taken or that the date that it was posted?
I'm not sure.
Right. I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 410, Yankee. Do you know Shannon Stillwell in the plat?
No, but I recognize him in the photo.
Okay. All right. Do you know when that picture was taken?
It's timestamped 4/28/2015, 11:50 a.m.
Do you know if that was the time that it was taken or the time that it was posted?
I do not know.
Did Mr. Travis show you a picture of the shooter on the day of April 28, 2015?
No.
And on cross, you were asked a few things about what he said. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what he told you. Exactly what he told you.
Mr. Anthony Travis told me that prior to the shooting, a black vehicle was sitting to the west of the residence, 1428 Adele Avenue. Black male with dreads, short black male with dreads, got out and started shooting at the house with a machine gun that had a banana clip.
Okay. All right. And what, if anything, happened, or did he tell you after the shooting occurred?
He did fill out
No. My question is what, if anything, did Mr. Travis tell you the shooter did after he was done shooting?
he got into the shooter did go back to the same black vehicle and leave in the black vehicle.
Okay. Do you know if Shannon Stillwell was driving that vehicle?
No.
Right. Do you know if Trontavious Stevens?
No.
Do you know if Trontavious Stevens is 5'4"?
No.
Do you know if he wears dreads that are in his head?
No.
Do you know if Mr. Based on the questions that were asked.
I'm going to object as to leading.
Sustained.
You're on a narrow.
You can rephrase your question.
All right. Have you ever seen the pictures that were placed in front of you as State's Exhibits 413 Yankee and 410 Yankee prior to Mr. Sharp showing them to you today?
No.
And do you know whether or not Trontavious Stevens is a member of YSL?
No.
No, I do have a few more questions. You testified that there was a banana clip that Mr. Travis described to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. In your training or experience, is banana clip the type of formal terminology used to describe such things?
It's the improper terminology for a magazine.
When you describe a magazine, what do you have? What do you understand? Or what are you communicating to the jury?
In reference to this report with Mr. Anthony Travis, I believe he was talking about a rifle magazine, you know, kind of similar to the one I have mounted on my vest.
How is it shaped?
In the shape of a banana.
And what is the purpose of this magazine or banana clip, as Mr. Travis described?
It feeds ammunition to the firearm.
Did Mr. Travis tell you at that time whether or not he knew the shooter to have emptied the magazine or the banana clip?
No.
What kind of rounds would be put inside of a magazine for a rifle?
223 762.
And what shell casings were found on the scene of the shooting, crime scene of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
223 762.
And when Mr. Travis described to you what he observed the shooter to do, did he tell you if the shooter got into the driver or passenger side of the vehicle?
I don't remember if he told me.
And based on your training and experience, about how many rounds can a magazine for a rifle hold inside of it?
With a, depending on the type of magazine, 223 magazine can typically carry about 30 rounds.
And about how many rounds, shell casings were found on the scene to your recollection?
32.
Do you know how many people were inside the vehicle based on what Mr. Travis communicated to you on that evening?
I do not.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Shard, any recross? All right, thank you for your time, officer. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now calls to the stand crime scene technician Alfred Turner.
Can all of the attorneys do everybody a favor and have, when you know we're going into this sort of redirect, have your witness at the door ready to walk in, please? Thank you.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. Have a seat. State your first and last name for the court. Stop and clear the mic, please.
It's Alfred Turner, ALFRED TURNER.
Good morning, Mr. Turner. Are you employed?
Yes,
And where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
30 years.
And what is your official title at Atlanta Police Department? At the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm a crime scene supervisor.
And have you always been a crime scene supervisor?
No,
What was your title prior to becoming a crime scene supervisor?
I was a crime scene tech.
Okay. And what do you do in your current capacity as a crime scene supervisor?
What I do is I supervise a team of 5 crime scene techs. And what I do is I monitor their ability to collect evidence, process evidence, and testify in court.
And what were your duties as a crime scene technician?
It was similar, except I wasn't supervised then, but I had a supervisor at that time.
And when or about did you become a supervisor at the Atlanta Police Department's crime scene technician department?
That was in 2015.
Do you remember the month?
I believe it was like August, maybe.
About how many crime scenes would you say you've processed in your 30-year career?
Maybe around 7,000, 8,000.
How do you ordinarily become aware that there is an active crime scene for you to process?
What we do is we monitor a radio on a main channel, and we are dispatched through the department by a zone officer.
And what does it mean to secure a crime scene?
Secure the crime scene is usually what the officers do. What they do is once they call us to a scene, then they actually stand by and just monitor the evidence and victims who may have been involved, and then they call us out to start to investigate it.
Why are crime scenes secured?
They're secured so evidence won't go missing.
And what is crime scene tape?
Crime scene tape is what's used to block off the crime scene, so we won't have crowd control.
Crime scene tech Turner, Supervisor Turner, do you have a standard method by which you routinely process a crime scene?
Yes.
And could you describe that process for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Usually what I do is if I have a crime scene, I initially talk to either the investigator or the officer that's on the scene so I can get a kind of overview of what happened. And from that point, I either work into the crime scene and out the crime scene, or either with the information that they given from where it began to where it actually ends. And at that point, I'll start taking photographs, and then I'll start marking evidence, and then I'll start collecting evidence at that time.
Do you, about how long does it take to process a crime scene?
It varies depending on the crime scene. If it's something like a high profile scene, sometimes it can be days. Something like a homicide, maybe 3 hours. Shootings, 3 hours. Bank robberies, maybe about an hour and a half or so.
And in your current capacity as a supervisor, do you still process crime scenes at all, or is that not the case?
That's not the case. I usually go out to make sure the team is don't have any issues with anything, and make sure that we're giving the best job to the city as possible.
When you did process crime scenes, how did you determine where to start processing your crime scene?
Again, usually the officers will give us a kind of a run through of what happened. And then from that point, you can kind of see how the crime scene kind of go, by visual looking at it.
Earlier, you spoke about taking pictures at a crime scene. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
And is there a certain method by which you take pictures?
Yeah, you just basically take overall photos of everything that you see at the scene, and the evidence, you take photographs of where the evidence was. You kind of take it far back and then you take it close up so you can kind of pinpoint where it was.
What do you do with the pictures after you take them?
I download them and turn them into our photo lab.
How do you go about the evidence collection process? Is there a certain way you store evidence?
Yes, we have a storage room. We also have a evidence room at the police department where evidence is actually taken, or our evidence can be sent to our crime lab or either GBI crime lab.
How do you take the evidence? Do you put it in your pocket and go to the lab, or what do you do with the evidence?
No, the evidence is bagged, tagged. It usually have the complaint number, the victim, the time it was collected, what's inside the bag, the time it was collected, and I have my initials on every piece of evidence that I collect. And then at that point, it's either process it if it needs to be processed. And then if it doesn't need to be processed, then we'll send it to either a crime lab so they can process it from that point.
Do you run any types of tests on evidence that is collected from the crime scenes that you used to run?
Yes, we print evidence. We have different methods of processing that we use.
What type of tests would you normally run on, say, shell cases?
On shell cases, we usually run, we'll print those with black powder. We usually super glue them first, and then we use black powder to process them.
What does super glue do for testing the shell case?
What super glue does is it actually lifts the prints up and kind of make them rise. And then after that, if they're on there, you can kind of see them, and then you can use the fingerprint powder to actually take the print off of it.
In your experience as a crime scene tech, have you ever gotten a fingerprint off of a shell casing?
No.
Why not?
Usually the casings are too small, but we try all the time.
Do you prepare, well, did you, in your former capacity as a crime scene tech, not a supervisor, prepare crime scene diagrams?
No.
Why not?
We used to do them when I started back in '93, but then it was taken over by the investigators. So the investigators or the officers do the actual diagrams now.
What is a crime scene record?
A crime scene record?
A record, a report?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, a report. A report is what we actually do when I take photos. I have to do a log of each photo that I take. When I take evidence, I have to do a actual log of every piece of item that I take. And then I actually have to do a whole narrative of what I did from beginning of the crime scene to the ending of the crime scene.
Why might you prepare crime scene records?
It's needed for court purposes. For one, it's needed for my records. It's one. Photo Lab actually has one to actually make sure that the photographs match the picture that was taken. So every piece of item is used to show that all these things were documented properly.
Do you recall working on Tuesday, April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you recall about working that day?
I was called that a shooting occurred at 1428 Adel Avenue Southwest. And Officer Pitts advised that he needed photographs and evidence collected at that crime scene.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what is located at that address?
When I actually got to the address, I noticed that there was a bunch of shell casings in the streets, in the yard. A few, I think it was 3 vehicles had damages from gunshots, and the residents had a bunch of gunshot damages to the residents.
Did you see any people at the scene?
Yes, I did. I saw some other officers, and I believe some investigators was there, but again, that was in 2015.
Do you recall what time of day it was, or around or about when you arrived?
Around 4 o'clock in the morning, because I work midnight shift.
Do you recall the weather conditions at that time?
I believe it was just kind of cool, but
Better question. Was there sun up or was the sun down?
no, the sun was down. It was dark.
Was the crime scene secure when you arrived that day?
Yes.
By any chance, would you recall who secured it?
I would think that Officer Pitts would have secured the scene.
Did you go to the crime scene alone, or were you accompanied by anybody?
I was by myself.
Okay. So did you in fact process this crime scene that is under discussion at this time?
Yes.
What was the first thing that you did on Tuesday, April 28th, 2015 to process this crime scene that we're talking about?
Do you mean when I arrived on the scene?
Yes, sir.
I talked to Officer Pitts so he can kind of give me an overview of what happened.
And did you, as you described earlier, for this scene, put evidence placards down?
Yes.
And did you take pictures?
Yes, I did.
And did you collect evidence?
Yes.
And what evidence did you collect?
I collected 34 shell casings.
Do you recall what type or size of shell casings they were?
Yes.
Is it not apparent to you at this moment off the top of your head?
I just didn't want to get the number wrong.
Okay. Would anything help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I can.
I'm going to approach the witness with what have been remarks. What would refresh your recollection?
If I looked over my notes.
Okay. I'm going to approach the witness with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 10 KK, and I'll allow you to look at this and see if your memory's been refreshed. I'm going to take that so that you can look at that.
Okay, there were 223s and actual 7.62 by 39, which is assault rifle shell casings.
As it relates to this crime scene that we're still talking about, how many evidence placards did you put down that day?
34.
And 34 placards went next to what evidence?
Each shell casing.
And did you take any pictures of these placards next to the shell casing?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall about how many photos you may have taken that day?
I think it was a total of 128.
Okay. Would you recognize those photos if you were to see them today?
Yes.
All right. I am now approaching the witness, Your Honor, with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibits 11 capital to 138 capital.
Right.
Yes. And please take a brief moment to just look back over those. And when you've done looking at them, angling them away from the presence of the jury so that they're not able to see those exhibits. Yes, sir. And then look at me when you're done.
Okay.
Have you had a chance to review those photos? those exhibits?
Yes, yes.
And, do they, what do they reflect?
They reflect the crime scene that I took photos of.
What is the address of that?
1428 Adale Avenue.
And where did you take those photos?
That was on April 28th, 2015.
And are those photos that you are now seeing as state's exhibits 11 Kappa Kappa to 138 Kappa Kappa fairly and accurately represent the crime scene of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest as it was on the day that you were dispatched to that location on April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
Have they been changed in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit state's exhibits 11 Kappa Kappa to 138 Kappa. Your Honor, and request permission to publish, subject to your rule.
All right, those are admitted and you may.
Yes, Your Honor, and I will be only publishing just a few.
All right, thank you.
All right. Mr. Atkins, if you would publish state's exhibit number 11 Kappa Kappa, and Francine Turner, you will see a populate on the screen behind you and on the laptop before you. So.
Okay.
Now showing you state's exhibit 11 Kappa Kappa. Francine Turner, can you, Supervisor Turner, excuse me, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that we're looking at here in this exhibit?
That was basically a photo of the street area on Adale Avenue.
You described earlier overviews of, you take overviews of pictures. Is this one such type of photo?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of this overview?
It's just basically to show the actual street and actually what the photo shows from a distance.
All right. Now showing you what has been admitted as states 14 Kappa Kappa. What is being shown in this exhibit?
That's also an overall photo of Adale Avenue, and I was showing the actual residence from a distance.
Is this the opposite direction from the previous exhibit that we're looking at in terms of direction?
Yes.
What else do you see? Well, pause that. Turning now to state's exhibit 16 Kappa Kappa. What do you see here in this exhibit, sir?
Again, it was just a close-up photo of the actual address with the vehicles parked in the yard.
And I am taking the cursor. Can you see that cursor on your screen?
Yes.
What address pertains to this building where the vehicle appears to be parked in the driveway?
That's the 1428 Adale Avenue.
Turning now to state's exhibit 20 Kappa Kappa. Is this the same vehicle that was shown in the previous exhibit?
Yes.
And do you know, did you mark or notate this same vehicle's presence in your report?
Yes.
And do you know what type of vehicle this is based on this picture?
I think that's a Chrysler Pacifica.
Turning your attention to state's exhibit 41 Kappa Kappa. Is this another view of the same vehicle that was shown in the prior exhibit?
Yes, that's just a photo of the front of the vehicle.
And why did you take photos of this vehicle?
Because it had damages to it.
Okay, what type of damages did you observe at that time?
It had gunshot damages.
Showing you now state's exhibit 32 Kappa Kappa. From what angle of the vehicle was this photo taken?
That was just showing the driver's side and also the yard. Yeah, just showing the driver's side and the yard of Adale Avenue.
Now showing you state's exhibit 30 Kappa Kappa. What is that mark that appears to be on the vehicle right where the cursor is circling about? The delay, where the cursor is pointing to just below.
That's a gunshot that's the rear driver's side quarter panel.
And to your recollection, do you recall about how many defects or gunshots to this vehicle you took pictures of?
Not to be exact.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 31, Kappa Kappa, and I am again moving the cursor where it's dragging to this area. You see there where I'm encircling. Do you see that?
Yes,
Why would you have taken a photo of this particular area?
because there also is a damage that possibly came from a gunshot as well.
I want you to look a little bit closer to the bottom of State's Exhibit 31, Kappa Kappa, where you see this indentation in the vehicle where the cursor is placed. Does that tire appear to be inflated or deflated?
Appears to be deflated.
And do you, excuse me, right, can you see that cursor?
Mhm.
And does that deflate it? Excuse me, actually, I'll go to that. Right. Now showing you State's Exhibit 17, Kappa Kappa. What type of vehicle are we looking here in this exhibit?
I believe that's a Dodge Charger.
And did you also notate this particular vehicle in your report?
Yes,
And why would you have taken special notice of this?
because that vehicle was also parked on the sidewalk at the same address and also had damages to it.
And I am now, just a brief moment, let's take a second. Okay. Showing you now State's Exhibit 19, Kappa Kappa. Do you see this rear photo of this vehicle, same vehicle?
Yes,
All right. And is this just another such view of the vehicle, 4 quarters of it?
yes, just a different angle.
All right, showing you State's Exhibit 23, Kappa Kappa. Why would you have taken a frontal view of this?
I took a frontal view because there's a damage to the front hood of it, where it's parked at.
Do you see where this cursor is moving towards at this time? All right, it's kind of delayed, but there we go. You see that area right there? It's darker than the rest of the concrete?
Oh, yes.
Does that appear to have been from the damage, or do you, to your recollection, was that there prior?
I'm not sure. I just took a photo of where it was parked, so I'm not really sure if it was there before.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 24, Kappa Kappa. Supervisor Turner, what is this marking or hole, if you will, on the hood of the Dodge vehicle?
There's also a damage from gunshot to the, I guess, front hood of the vehicle.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 25, Kappa Kappa. Is this, do you see this indentation on this vehicle where the cursor is attempting to put? There we go.
Yes. That's it.
And what do you know that to be based on your training and experience?
And that's also gunshot damage right there on the top hood.
Are there 2 markings in the same vicinity on this exhibit?
From my experience, it looks like the gunshot went through the hood and kind of stopped at that top part.
Turning your attention now to State's Exhibit 33, Kappa Kappa. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you would have taken such a photo?
And also this vehicle in Infinity was parked in the same driveway, and it also had damages to it as well.
Do you see anyone in front of the home?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to them?
No.
All right. Now showing you State's Exhibit 36, Kappa Kappa. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the damage that you observed to be from bullet defects on this particular vehicle that was there?
Yeah, we had damages from the passenger side front hood, and I believe it's a damage to the passenger side rear door, I believe.
Is that a separate defect from the first that we just observed in the prior exhibit?
Yes.
And this is State's Exhibit 38, Kappa Kappa. Now showing you State's Exhibit 39, Kappa Kappa. Is this another defect that you observed on that day, on that morning, on the same side of the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Is this, what view are we looking of the vehicle, and why would you have taken this?
And that's just show the rear of the vehicle, showing the tag of it.
And why would you have taken pictures of the tags of these vehicles?
We usually make sure that the tag matches the actual vehicle.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 42, Kappa. Why did you take this photo?
It's the front of the residence.
And but why would you have taken this photo?
We like to show that that this is the actual the photo of the residence is actually where majority of the damage is actually happening.
And now showing you State's Exhibit 43, Kappa. What is the purpose of this photo that he took?
It shows that the front window of the residence had multiple gunshot damages to the window.
On this photo alone, from this viewpoint, are you able to describe or count how many gunshot defects you see in this window?
No.
Showing you now State's Exhibit 44, Kappa. Using this photo, is this the same window that was shown in the prior exhibit?
Yes.
And from this, can you count for the jury how many defects you see to this front window here?
1, 2, 3. It looks like about 3.
Utilizing State's Exhibit 44, Kappa. How many defects do you see?
No, this one is 2.
Do you see?
Section.
Get closer. You see the cursor?
Yeah.
All right. Is that a defect?
Okay, it disappeared.
Still right there. Cursor. All the way at the
Okay.
bottom.
It's not on mine, but
Oh.
yeah, but that'll be 3.
Okay. All right. Okay. Is this a different photo or a different view of the same front window that had defects?
Yeah, it's just I think it looks more like a closer up photo, but same window.
Is this a different defect than the 3 that we just previously looked at?
I believe it was just higher. The photo looked like it was just higher up.
All right. What about this one in State's Exhibit 47, Kappa?
That's one defect.
I'm sorry?
It's just one gunshot.
Okay. Is
right
this
there.
a separate from the previous 3 that we just saw?
It was quite a few, so I'm not really sure.
All right, no problem. Okay. All right. Now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 48, Kappa. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall view of once I took my initial photo of the actual street. This was to show you that the actual shell casings were out there, but without the numbers, you wouldn't have been able to see them. So the numbers actually show each shell casing where they were actually laying.
Is this an overview of some of those placards that were placed out there?
Yes.
Objection 403, cumulative, waste of time.
Your Honor, these are separate photos and they're all, I've actually truncated this considerably, so.
Okay, well, get it.
It's not gonna be long.
Let's move through it as quickly as possible.
Sure thing, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 49, Kappa. Is this yet another view over, a different angle of a similar view of the placards?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Again, is this a different view of the beginning of the numbers from which you started with the placards?
Yes.
And that is State's Exhibit 51, Kappa. All right, showing you State's Exhibit 53, Kappa. Is this, what do you see here?
It was a marker number 11 of a shell casing.
Is it away from the rest of the shell casings or placards that you saw or put down that day?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 52, Kappa. What,
Same objection, Your Honor, cumulative, waste of
All
time.
right, I mean, at some point, it certainly becomes that, so please, utilize the ones that are necessary to be able to tell the
sure, Judge.
incident.
I am
Beyond
going
that,
to,
move on. Go ahead.
I'm going to fast forward. And I'm going to point your attention to State's Exhibit 67, capital, capital. All right, here we have State's Exhibit, capital, capital. What are we looking at here?
Shell casing 1 and 2.
And do you recall which shell casings those were in terms of size?
They was 223s.
All right, showing you State's Exhibit 68, capital, capital. Is this a separate shell casing from those that we saw in the previous exhibit?
Yes.
All right, do you recall what size this was?
I would have to look at my notes to be exact.
Sure. Between the two, excuse me. All right, showing you State's Exhibit 69, capital, capital. Does this capture the shell, another shell casing that you discovered?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 70, capital, capital. You put down another placard. Is this a different shell casing from the other?
Yes.
And does it go in sequential order to what number?
Yes, it does.
What does the shell casing's placards go in sequential? To what number do you stop?
I stopped at number 34.
Showing you State's Exhibit 71. Separate shell casing?
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right, can you ask him maybe a broader question that establishes that each placard is a separate shell or shell casing?
Supervisor Turner, did you take pictures of each and every shell casing?
Yes.
All right. And did you take them by each placard?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to transition your attention to State's Exhibit 101, capital, capital. Excuse me. All right. All right. In this photo, why would you have taken this photo and where was it taken?
That was taken in the inside of the residence.
Okay. And why would you have taken this photo?
I'm just showing an overview of what I actually saw when I walked inside the house.
Were there gunshot defects inside the house?
Yes.
All right. Utilizing State's Exhibit 114, capital, capital, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you see those gunshot defects to be?
In this photo, the gunshots are behind the couch.
Is it fair to say they're on the couch?
No, it's in the back of the couch.
What is that where the cursor is pointing?
And those are the gunshot holes.
How many do you see?
2.
Okay. Why would you have taken this photo in State's Exhibit 102, capital, capital?
Because I took a photo of the window from the front. I also took from the inside of the house, showing the damages from the inside of the house.
Showing you State's Exhibit 118, capital, capital. Do you see damages to the window in this photo?
Yes.
All right. How many defects do you see?
I see 4.
Showing you State's Exhibit 103, capital, capital. Do you see any defects to the home in this photograph?
Yes.
Where do you see it?
It's in the wall, just in the middle of the lamp.
All right. Is where the cursor is pointing, where that defect that you're describing is positioned?
Yes.
All right. Showing you State's Exhibit 108, capital, capital. What are we looking at here?
There's also a defect in the wall near the, I guess this horn on the wall.
Showing you State's Exhibit 105, capital, capital. Do you see a defect in this photo?
Yes.
Were there multiple defects inside the home?
Yes.
Were there defects downstairs?
Yes.
Were there defects upstairs?
I don't think so.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 110. Do you see any defects in this photo?
Yes.
And that is 110, capital, capital. How many defects do you see in this photo upstairs?
That's 3.
I am turning your attention now to State's Exhibit 113, capital, capital. Do you see a defect in this photo?
Yes.
All right. And is that defect where the state's cursor is pointing?
Yes.
Showing you state's exhibit 122, capital. Do you see any gunshot defects in this photo?
Yes, below the picture on the wall.
Showing you state's exhibit 124, capital. Do you see any gunshot defects in this picture?
Yes,
How many do you see?
2.
Showing you now state's exhibit 125, capital. Do you see any gunshot defects to the door in this photo?
Yes,
All right, is that defect where the state's cursor is moving?
yes.
Are all of those defects that you described noted, well, excuse me, are those photos that you took showing those defects noted in your crime scene record?
Yes.
Okay, and all of the defects that you saw, were there any placards next to the defects?
No.
Why wouldn't you put placards next to the defects?
Usually the investigators didn't request any for those, for this actual case.
The vehicles that were affected by the gunshot defects, what, if anything, does APD do anything with those vehicles?
Yes, what we do is we impound the vehicle and then we search it later if that's something part of the investigation.
Based on your training and experience, are 7.62 rounds larger than those that would typically go into a handgun?
Yes.
Based on your training and experience as a crime scene tech, are .223 caliber rounds larger than those that would go into a handgun?
Yes.
Earlier, you talked about the types of testing that is done on shell kits and evidence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You talked about super glue and black powder being used in that process. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you in fact perform any testing on the shell casings that were recovered from this crime scene?
Yes.
And what testing did you perform?
I did the super glue and a black powder.
And did that testing yield any results of any value to you?
No.
After such tests were run, what, if anything, did you do with that evidence, specifically the shell casings, once you completed it?
The shell casings was turned over to APD Crime Lab.
And what does APD Crime Lab do, if anything, with those shell casings?
They do ballistic testing on them.
Are you involved with the ballistic testing?
No.
Supervisor Turner, you stated earlier that you prepare crime scene records. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you prepare one for this case?
Yes.
And did you create it at or near the time that you performed your particular part of this evidence logging?
Yes.
And would you recognize that crime scene record is shown in today?
Yes, I would.
And I believe it is before you, it is identified as State's Exhibit 10 Kappa Kappa.
Yes.
And do you recall that being the exact crime scene record that you authored?
Yes.
Has it been changed in any way?
No.
Has it, does it accurately, fairly and accurately represent the work that you did and the writings that you put in there at the time that you authored it?
Yes.
And does that crime scene record contain all of the descriptions of the photos that you took on that day?
Yes, it
Does
does.
it contain all of the descriptions of the evidence that you collected that day?
Yes.
Does it contain all of what you did around or about that time on April the 28th, 2015?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit states 10 capital names.
Your Honor, I would object to submission. The testimony, or it would be cumulative of the testimony already provided by this witness.
Your Honor, I intentionally kept the witness from going through each thing for that very purpose, so that it would not draw such an objection, Your Honor. So trying to mince words, obviously.
Your Honor, the statement would be testimonial. It would be unnecessary. Photographs have already been admitted, and this witness has already testified. The record itself would be cumulative of everything that has been entered thus far and has been testified to. I would object.
And much like an autopsy report, Your Honor, it simply explains exactly which photo he took and what he did, and it's not cumulative for that reason, based on that fact. And it doesn't, he did not testify to everything contained.
It's admitted.
All right, I would like to direct you to your report, which is 10 Kappa Kappa, and ask you a few questions contained there. What is the crime scene date listed on your report?
4/28/2015.
According to your report, who's the on-scene crime scene, on-scene officer that was there, present, first responder there?
Adrian Pitts.
What is the crime scene number?
What is a crime scene?
Yeah, what is a crime scene number or identifier?
Well, the crime scene number for us is the actual number that we use to start our crime scene report.
Turn me to page 3 of your report, and I just have a few more questions. On that report, do you see something by the mention of artificial lighting?
Yes.
What does that mean with respect to what you did in this case?
That's just a part of the camera that the set for that right there just shows that I use an actual bulb to take the photos because it's nighttime.
At this time, Your Honor, the state has no further questions.
All right, do any of the defense attorneys have questions for this witness?
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
Mr. Williams, Mr. Harvey? Okay, all right, thank you for your time. You are excused. And this is probably a good time to break for lunch. And ladies and gentlemen, we have some matters to deal with over the lunch hour, as is not atypical in this case. So I'm going to give y'all until, let's see, it's 1:30. Or as is not atypical in this case. So I'm going to give y'all until, let's see, it's 12:50 to address, but I need Miss Hilton here for it. Gotten a very interesting email. And I'm going to want to discuss it as a bench matter, but it is very difficult to have everybody huddle at the bench. So when Miss Hilton gets over for us to discuss that, I'm just going to ask that the media and the audience be excused, because you wouldn't normally hear what goes on with a bench conference. It'll be taken down for the record, but it's just too difficult to have a serious, involved conversation huddled around very little space. So why don't you, do you know whether the lunches are here? Why don't we take 30 minutes so that the defendants can eat lunch and then reconvene? Okay. And if the hard copies for the in-camera inspection are ready before then, can you just have somebody to deliver them to my chambers, please? Okay.
We combine them as Adobe PDFs, because the court disinclined to receive them electronically.
So y'all gave them to me electronically, what, I think on Wednesday or either Thursday morning. And I said, this is incredibly difficult to sort out electronically, which is why I asked for hard copies. So unless they are amazingly way easier to sort through and set parts aside now, yes, I'd like them as hard copies.
So we are going to give the court hard copies, of course, but the
Well, you
court.
say of course, but you were supposed to have given them to me this morning.
So, Your Honor, what the court got last week was
Yes.
every email just in one combined
Yeah.
email. And what we have done now is actually sorted through, taking out anything that wasn't directly related to negotiations and combine them chronologically in a PDF as it related to each defendant. That's what we were providing. We were trying to
Okay.
clean that up.
Well, that's and I would like it at the lunch hour.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we'll reconvene at 12:45.
Judge sounded snippy, didn't she? I would like it at the lunch hour. Like, she's sick of them. She is sick of them. What is that email they got about Miss Hilton? Girl, was she the one that locked that boy up? I wonder. I'm fast forwarding to try to get us to some action here. I don't know what else they got going on, but I want to know that T on that email. We need an insider. Where's Woody when you need him? Well, he wouldn't know. Anyway, here we go.
Thank you. I hope y'all had a pleasant lunch, and the state has got their next witness in here. Let's go ahead and swear this witness.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. All right, state your name. Have a seat, state your name loud for court.
All right.
First and last, and spell it.
All right. Officer Hill, Sean, S-E-A-N, last name is Hill, H-I-L-L.
Good afternoon, Officer Hill. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Doing well.
All right.
Can you tell the jury how long you've worked with Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir. I've been an officer for a little over 12 years,
What year was it that you graduated the academy?
2013.
And how did you end up working for APD?
Long story short, I was military and I came into wanted to do law enforcement after I got out of the military.
What branch were you in?
Marine Corps.
And was it through a connection in the Marine Corps that you ended up working for APD?
Yes, sir. One of my coworkers in the Marine Corps came to APD when he got out and he recruited me to the department.
What did you do in the Marine Corps? Your Honor, it's foundational. Jury has to determine Officer Hill's credibility as a witness.
Sustained. I mean, overruled. You can go ahead and just briefly review it. We don't
Yes, Your Honor.
as relevant to his position as a police officer now?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll ask more pertinent question, Your
Alright.
Honor, in relating to that. Officer Hill, what skills did you learn in the Marine Corps that help you as an officer with the Atlanta Police Department?
I learned valuable skills, patience. I learned a lot of stuff in the Marine Corps.
And what, in non-military terms, what was your job? What did you do?
I was a communication operator, radio guy.
Now, Officer Hill, what zone and do you work in currently?
Zone 1.
And are you a patrol officer?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked in Zone 1?
My entire time as an officer for 12 years.
Now, how many beats are in Zone 1?
It is 14 beats.
And how many of those 14 have you worked?
Every last one of them.
And are you assigned currently to a specific beat or all of Zone 1?
Pacific beat in Zone 1.
And which one is that?
113.
Okay. Now, are you currently post-certified?
Yes, sir.
And Officer Hill, were you post-certified on the night of April 27th going into April 28th of 2015?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for the jury briefly, what type of cases you have handled working in Zone 1 over these 12 years?
Yes, sir. Anything from domestic violence to break-ins, car break-ins, burglaries, people being shot, damage to property. So anything you can think of, it happens in Zone 1.
And throughout the 12 years of working in Zone 1, have you got familiar with the neighborhoods in the different beats within that zone?
Yes, sir.
So I want to turn back to April 27th, going into April 28th of 2015. What beat were you working back then?
That was 110.
And what precinct, or what's the precinct location for beat 110?
It's off of Dunley Hollowell Parkway.
How close, or what's the address on Dunley Hollowell Parkway for that?
Precinct is 2315.
And are you familiar with Club Crucial?
Yes, sir.
How close is Club Crucial to that precinct that you were working that night?
Maybe like a couple 100 yards.
Now, what time or what was your shift, or were you working that day?
Yes, sir. I was working that day, and my shift was at 10 p.m. that night to 7 in the morning the next day.
So you would start 10 p.m. April 27th, going till 6 a.m. April 28th?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you in uniform?
Yes.
And would you have had a patrol car?
Yes.
And back then, did you ever have a partner, or were you working your single patrol car?
Just solo.
Okay. Now, coming on shift that night, do you remember ever responding to any calls that stood out?
Yeah, we had a shots fired call, and I think a fight call at Club Crucial that night towards the beginning and middle of the shift.
Rough ballpark, do you remember around what time that would have been?
Between 12 and 1 in the morning.
And did you respond to that call?
Yes, sir.
Did other officers respond?
Yes, a lot.
Now, when you're responding to Club Crucial, have you responded there before in the past?
Yes.
And what were you responding to on the night of April 27th going into April 28th? What type of call was it?
We had shots fired in the area, and we had large group of people fighting. That's what the call came in as.
And how extensive was your involvement with that Club Crucial call midway through your shift?
That night, my job was basically just to get everybody out safely. So I was out trying to get clear the parking lot and get everybody on the road.
Now, after responding to Club Crucial, did that impact how the rest of your shift would go?
Usually we have incidents that happen at Crucial that carry over into the neighborhood. So yes, we were on alert that night due to the shots fired in the fight that happened at Club Crucial.
Now, Officer Hill, after you responded to, or let me ask you this, that night, because you were in beat 10, would you show up on, or would you be 1110 on a CAD report if you're working beat 10 in zone 1?
Yes.
And would other officers of, you said that there was 14 beats in zone 1?
Mhm.
They would it be reflective of 1 through 14?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you responded to Club Crucial, did you ever have the opportunity to go to 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes. I responded to a call at 1903 Drew Drive later that morning, like around about 5 that morning.
After you'd responded to Club Crucial?
Yes.
Now, what area had you been to Drew Drive in that area before?
Yes.
And back in, by this point, it'd be April 28th, 5 in the morning, about around that time when you responded to Drew Drive?
Yes, sir.
Back then, in April 28th of 2015, how would you describe that area that Drew Drive is within your beat?
It was a quiet area, nice, fairly new, renovated. So we didn't really get too many calls in that area.
What type of calls had you responded to in that area when you responded that morning?
Because
Objection as to relevance.
Your Honor, it's setting a background for Officer Hill's familiarity with his specific beat that night of the shooting.
Sustained.
Now, Officer Hill, when you responded to Drew Drive, how far was it from your precinct?
It's like a 5-minute drive.
How far is that from Club Crucial?
Same, about 5 minutes.
Now, when you got there, were you at a house, a residence, an apartment? What was there when you arrived?
It's both, but the actual 1903 is apartment complex.
And when you got there, was it light out or dark out when you first got there?
No, it was dark.
And I wanted to, or let me ask you this. When you first got there, who did you see or encounter?
The caller, Miss Battle.
Okay. And was there anyone else other than Miss Battle that you interacted with when you first got on scene?
Not initially.
Now, Officer Hill, without mentioning what she told you, what was,
And I'm also gonna, I don't know, we haven't talked about this before, but please just refer to her by her last name, okay?
Okay.
And I don't know that you've done anything other than that, but
yes, Your Honor.
okay.
Officer Hill, without stating what Miss Battle told you, what was her demeanor when you encountered her?
She seemed like she was frightened, scared.
And did you talk with her outside or inside that apartment, if you remember?
I don't remember that at the moment.
That's all right. Now, after speaking with her, did you go anywhere within that apartment complex?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went to her, well, the call, her apartment was damaged from a rear balcony. So when I entered the apartment, I went to the direction of the rear balcony. She pointed out where her damages were. And we was like in the living room area of by the balcony.
And was her apartment, was it on the first floor, second floor? Or?
First floor.
Now, did you know before speaking with Miss Battle what kind of call you were responding to initially?
Yes.
What kind of call was that?
It was a shots fired call.
Now, Officer Hill, I want to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibits 3 Lima Lima through 64 Lima Lima. Now, Officer Hill, if you can do me a favor and flip through from 3 Lima Lima through 64 Lima Lima. And when you're done, just look up at me.
Yes, sir.
What are those? 3
Just
through 64.
photos of the damaged property and some of the shell casings that we recovered from the scene.
Are they a fair and accurate of the photographs and the scene that you responded to on April 28th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit into evidence States Exhibits 3 through 64, Lima, Lima.
They're admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Officer Hill, I want to start with 3 through 12, Lima, Lima. What apartment was Miss Battle's apartment? After speaking with her, you said you went inside. What apartment was it that you all went to?
Apartment 1122.
And so I want to publish States Exhibit 3, Lima, Lima first. Now, Officer Hill, you had said she was on the first floor, apartment 1122,
Yeah, yes, sir.
and turning to 4 Lima Lima. Is this 1122 the apartment you went to with Miss Battle that night?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you describe for the jury, what did you see when you went inside? I'm going to publish 5 Lima Lima, or I'll take a step back. You had first mentioned her back porch.
Mhm.
What was the damage that you noticed, if any, on Miss Battle's apartment porch?
You can tell that her back door was damaged, had glass shatter throughout the door. So when I went in, she pointed me into the direction, and I was able to see where the bullet made entry. And I just traced the direction and noticed that it went through her couch as well.
I'm going to walk through a couple of these photographs with you, Officer Hill. And
Okay.
this- Publishing 7 Lima Lima, can you orient for the jury? Do you see the damage you had just referenced in 7 Lima Lima?
Oh, yes, sir.
And where is it?
It's towards the bottom of the door or glass.
Is it where that blind is?
Damaged it. Yes, sir.
And once you trace that, can you show the jury on publishing 8 Lima Lima where that bullet?
Yeah. So the bullet, when it made entry through the door or the glass, it went directly to the couch cushion, like where the armrest is at, and it went through the pillows.
I'm going to publish 9 Lima Lima. Is 9 Lima Lima, is that the inside of Miss Battle's apartment door, 1122?
Yes.
And 10 Lima Lima, can you describe for the jury, is this the couch that you were just discussing with them about the bullet hole?
Yes, sir.
And 11 Lima Lima, where did you notice the damage in Miss Battle's couch in 11 Lima Lima?
Right at the bottom part of the arm cushion. Yeah, that's where the bullet went through.
And 12 Lima Lima, do you see any debris or that you saw that night in Miss Battle's apartment?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury where that is?
It's right in between on the bottom right of the pillow, in between the green and red circles.
You direct my mouse, or you tell me, you talking about towards the right of where that clicker is?
Yes.
Now, was anyone else in the apartment with Miss Battle when you were walking through with her to see the damage?
Not that I seen though.
Did you ever become aware of any other apartments that were damaged?
Yeah, so after I got finished talking with Ms. Battle, I walked outside where her balcony was at and just cased the area. And that's when I seen several other shell casings outside of apartment 1120.
Now, is apartment 1120, is that right next door to Miss Battle's apartment?
Yes.
Now, once after you looked through Miss Battles and saw these additional shell casings, was the lighting better or worse in terms of natural sunlight by that time?
Still about the same at that time.
And so when you first came on scene, it was dark out.
Mhm.
And did you notice the shell casings as the lighting got better?
So as I waited for the ID set to come out, take pictures of the damages, by that time it became daylight. So that's when I noticed several more shell cases in the middle of the street.
Now, would you have been the officer who radioed for ID to come out to 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes, sir.
And did a crime scene tech arrive?
Yes.
Now, after realizing this additional damage, was anyone in apartment 1120?
Initially, I didn't know. So we did try to do a knock and talk, make sure nobody wasn't injured inside the home or possibly deceased. So I was able to get the maintenance man of the complex to let me in for me to do a welfare check of the home. After I did the welfare check, I realized no one was in the home. So we secured the door and exited.
Now, I want to talk to you about what you saw inside apartment 1120. So I'm publishing 13 Lima Lima. Is this the inside of the outside of apartment 1120 next door to Miss Battles?
Yes.
Now, Officer Hill, was there also, or can you describe for the jury what I'm going to publish 15 Lima Lima? Is this the outside of apartment 1120?
Yes.
And what type of damage was in that apartment?
This apartment had a lot more damage to the glass, the windows. You can tell that more bullets hit this home compared to Miss Battles.
I'm showing you 16 Lima Lima, and I'm going to turn to 17 Lima Lima. What is that at the base of the door outside apartment 1120 on the ground?
Appears to be a shell casing.
And is there any glass that you see on the ground?
Yes.
Is that from shattered glass from bullets going through that back patio door?
Yes.
And is that a close-up 18 Lima Lima, Officer Hill, of what we were just discussing?
Yes.
Now, is 19 Lima Lima, is this the inside of apartment 1120?
That's correct.
Publishing 20 Lima Lima, was there any damage in the kitchen area of this apartment when you went inside to inspect it?
Yes.
And looking at 21 Lima Lima, what do you see in this photograph inside the kitchen of apartment 1120?
The oven was damaged from the bullets.
Was anyone shot inside apartment 1120 when you were there that night?
No.
And Officer Hill, with 22 Lima Lima, is this a piece of debris inside that apartment?
Yes.
And do you know what type of, either what that is? Is that have any connection with bullet?
Yes.
What is it?
Like fragment from a bullet.
Turning to 23 Lima Lima, inside of this apartment, was there any defects in the walls from inside that apartment?
Yes, sir.
And did you do a similar to how you did in Miss Battle's apartment in terms of try to trace to the best you can where the bullets came from the outside in?
Oh, yes, sir.
I'm showing you is 24 Lima Lima. Do you see a defect in this photograph?
Yes.
Also publishing 25 Lima Lima. Do you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes.
And from your personal review, did you or did you not believe that these defects came from bullets?
Yes.
They did? Also showing you 26 Lima Lima. Do you see any defects here in this laundry room area of the apartment?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury where it is?
It's right in the kind of middle of the picture, in between the cords, the hole.
27 Lima Lima. Was there any, and I'm gonna actually go to a better one of 29 Lima Lima. Do you see any damage to this other window inside like the bedroom area of that apartment?
Yes,
And is where the mouse is the area of the window that has the bullet defect?
yes, sir.
Is this another angle of that same window in 30 Lima Lima?
Yes,
And do you see, Officer Hill, in 31 Lima Lima, any bullet projectiles or debris in this photograph?
yes.
Can you describe for the jury where that is?
So inside the left shoe.
And is it the all white shoes?
I'm sorry, yes, sir, the all white flat shoe.
And is it towards the toe or the heel of that shoe?
Towards the heel.
I'm gonna move. Is that what you were describing, Officer Hill?
Yes.
Now, Officer Hill, once you looked in apartments 1120 and apartments 1122, did you ever go outside into the street area at 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes.
And what did you see outside in the street, outside of those back porches of those apartments?
Several shell casings.
And by several, how many shell casings did you see roughly outside in the street?
I would say over 20 at that time.
Turning or publishing 62 Lima Lima, can you describe for the jury in general what this photograph depicts?
Yeah, so everywhere you see a yellow marking on the ground is where we recovered a shell casing from.
So are all of these yellow placards in the street outside of 1903 Drew Drive indicative of shell casings or projectiles in the street?
Yes.
Publishing 63 Lima Lima, is this another view of those shell casings in the street?
Yes.
Now, Officer Hill, while the crime scene tech was there, there's a number, or how many, well, I'll do this. Do you see that this is placard number 1 and 32 Lima Lima?
Mhm.
I'm gonna publish 61 Lima Lima. Excuse me, publishing 60 Lima Lima. And Officer Hill, what is next to the placard in 28 as depicted on 60 Lima Lima next to placard number 28?
Shell casing.
And so was there 28 placards that were crime scene tech put on scene outside of 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes.
And are walking back to now, while I'm getting that pulled up, I wanted to take a step back. When you were at Club Crucial, do you know what time that fight commenced before you went to Jew Drive?
Do I remember what time the fight started?
Correct.
Oh, we got the call around between maybe 1:30. So it happened before that.
And was, while you were out on scene, were any suspects identified from Club Crucial that you responded to?
Not for me, no, sir.
And if you had to ballpark, how long were you personally, on that scene? Was it 30 minutes? Was it an hour, 2 hours?
But between 20 30 minutes.
And were you able to do anything or take any steps to identify who was fighting at Club Crucial?
No.
Were you able to do anything to identify who was shooting?
No.
And that time of night, is Club Crucial crowded or not crowded?
Crowded.
And after there's a shooting, is it easy or difficult to gather information when Club Crucial's crowded and there's a shooting?
No, it's difficult.
Overruled.
You may answer, Officer Hill.
It's difficult at that time.
Why is it difficult? Why is it difficult to gather information in that environment?
Multiple people running, trying to get out the way, trying to get home, get safe. So a lot of times people are not trying to talk to us or answer any questions.
And is the parking lot of Club Crucial in close or not in close proximity to where people would come out if everyone was leaving the establishment?
Yes.
Is it close?
It's
Or
close.
not close?
No, it's close, yeah.
Did you personally speak to anyone at Club Crucial when you arrived?
No.
How often would you get calls when you've been working in Zone 1 over the past 12 years about shots fired or fights at Club Crucial?
Objection as to relevance.
Your Honor, there's multiple 2517 Donnelly Hollowell, which is the location of Club Crucial. Officer Hill, you may answer. How many times have you responded to shots fired or a fight at 2517 Donnelly Hollowell Club Crucial?
A lot.
And by a lot, is it 50? Is it 100? Is it 1,000?
At that time, maybe a few hundred.
Now, should be coming up momentarily, Officer Hill. So we started with placard 1, and then I showed you placard 28. I'm not going to go through every one, but I wanted to cycle through a couple to talk about with the jury. So, Officer Hill, do you see a shell casing in 33 Lima Lima next to placard number 2?
Yes.
And do you know what type of shell casings were on scene?
Not at that moment I did.
Were you ever able to determine or learn what type of shell casings that they were?
Yes.
What type were they?
They were 9mm shell casings.
Was there any other type of shell casings that you found on scene?
It was, but I don't know. I don't remember what the other
That's all right.
casing was.
going back to placard number 4, which is 35 Lima Lima, where is the shell casing in 35 Lima Lima in relation to that vehicle?
Right underneath the tire.
And so were the shell casings that were in the street, were some underneath vehicles, were they scattered throughout Drew Drive, or were they not?
Yes, they were scattered out throughout the Drew Drive.
Now, since you've been working in Zone 1, at least in regards to night shift, when you come on at 10 and leave at 6 a.m., when do calls typically tend to die down? What part of the night?
Towards the end, so anytime after 4 on out, it tends to die down.
When's like the most busiest time on shift?
When we first come on, like around 10 and 12.
And when you got to the scene, roughly again, what time was it when you first met Miss Battle?
A little bit after 5.
Was there many people out at that time?
No.
Publishing 36 Lima Lima, is there another shell casing from the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to .43 Lima Lima. In 43 Lima Lima, and while you were walking the scene, were some of the projectiles or defects from bullets close by to one another, or were they not?
Yes.
And is 43 Lima Lima show different projectiles or debris from bullets in close proximity to one another?
Yes.
I'm going to turn back to .62 Lima Lima. Using .62 Lima Lima, what was the proximity of the vehicles to where the shell casings were found on scene?
They were pretty close.
And how close were these shell casings to the apartment, specifically 1120 and 1122 that you responded to that night?
So apartment 1120, 1122 would be right on the other side of those black rails in the bushes.
On the right side of the
I'm
photograph?
sorry, yes, to the right side of the photo.
Like this, is this the black rail that you're describing?
Yes.
So if you were to walk, you see where my cursor is?
Mhm.
If you were to walk from this part of Drew Drive and walk all the way towards the camera angle and keep walking, would these placards from the debris or projectiles, where would they be in relation to both those apartments? Were they concentrated or not concentrated in a specific
Yes.
area?
They were concentrated in that particular area.
Now, did you ever look or try to find any surveillance videos at this apartment complex?
We did canvas for surveillance footage, but we were able to locate any at that time.
Were you able to ever find or locate any eyewitnesses when you were on scene?
No.
Now, did you ever come to learn who lived in apartment 1120 next to Miss Battles?
Yes.
Who was that?
I'm going to object to hearsay.
What's your response?
I'll ask a couple foundational questions before
All
you.
right.
Officer Hill, when you responded to this scene, or do you write reports in relation to the investigations that you work?
Yes.
Do you include information about apartments you respond to or victims in the cases?
Yes.
Why is that? Why do you include that information?
Just for future references, we list any owners or tenants that apartments were damaged or could have been damaged in the reports for further investigations.
And without stating anything yet, how was it that you were able to come to learn who resided in apartment 1120?
So in the apartment complex is two other officers, Atlanta police officers that live in the complex. They had a layout of the tenants that lived in the property, and they were able to give me the name of the tenant.
So they had a layout of the residents of all the apartments at that location?
Yes, sir.
And using that, were you able to determine who was listed as living in that apartment?
Yes.
Your Honor, may he be permitted to answer?
I'm going to object based on hearsay and confrontation.
And Your Honor, the effect on Officer Hill's investigation before leaving the scene?
Sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Officer Hill, after crime scene came, what did you all do with the shell casings that we've walked through here today? Did you leave them in the street? Did you take them somewhere? What did y'all do with them?
No, we collected them and turned them in as evidence.
And in the shell casings that were in the street, who was it that actually took those and transported them?
Myself.
And where did you take them?
So our property building, and that's where we take all evidence and property to.
Now, did you ever, after responding to this scene, what would have happened was there ever other investigators or APD personnel who would have worked this case after your involvement?
Yes, soon as I do my initial report, it'll get assigned to an investigator and they'll take over the case from there.
So, and do those investigators conduct follow-up in cases to gather more information after you leave the scene?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when you were working the night shift in Beat 10 Zone 1, how would you respond to multiple calls within a night?
Yes.
And after you respond and gather initial information, do you have to respond to other calls that come in?
Yes.
Did the owner of that home ever come in to report those shots and damage sustained at apartment 1120?
Not that night, not to me, no.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, no further questions for Officer Hill at this time.
All right, do any of the defense counsel have questions for this witness?
And thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
Okay,
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
anyone else? No questions. All right, officer, thank you for your time. You're excused.
Thank you.
We ready for the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls senior analyst Courtney Daniels to the stand.
All right.
Please raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Have a seat. State spell your first and last name for the court. Slide into the mic, please.
Courtney Daniels, Daniels.
And good afternoon, Ms. Daniels. Where do you work?
Verizon Wireless,
And how long have you been with Verizon Wireless?
10 years.
And if you could tell the jury briefly about your job duties and responsibilities.
I'm a custodian of records, so I handle testifying in criminal as well as civil cases. We also handle small claims, mediations, arbitrations, and other executive complaints that come in our office.
And you said that you're the custodian of records. What type of documents would be within your purview that you testify to?
So we testify to subscriber information, call details, text message details, text message content, any internet records that are available.
Okay. So first starting with call detail records, if you can tell the jury when you, the call detail records that are with Verizon Wireless, generally what time zone are those call detail records kept in?
Call detail records are based on where the user is located, so it's based on that time zone.
Okay. So for example, if you have call detail records for a phone based out of Georgia, would that be an Eastern time zone?
Yes.
Right. And you also talked about you keep records with text messaging content.
Yes.
What time zone are those text messages usually kept in?
So text messages are, the time zone is based on the switch where these, which is the brain of the network, where it's located. So that's how we tell what the time zone is for the text message.
And the documents that you talked about that you may testify to, are those documents kept in the regular course of Verizon business?
Yes.
And is the information contained within those records made at or near the time in which the calls or texts are made?
Yes.
Specifically, we talked about subscriber information. Is that document kept within the regular course of Verizon business?
Yes.
And we talked about the call detail records, same question, kept in the regular and ordinary course of Verizon business?
Yes.
And then text message content, are those kept in the regular and ordinary course of Verizon business?
Yes.
With the call detail records, do you also provide cell site information?
When requested, yes.
Okay, and what is cell site information?
Cell site information tells us what towers were involved and the locations of those cell towers.
Now, with Verizon Wireless, do you have prepaid and postpaid accounts?
Yes.
If you could tell the jury what's a prepaid account versus a postpaid account.
So a prepaid account is where you subscribe for service. You don't have to provide any verification information such as social security numbers. You just provide a name that you like on the account, your address, and then we provide you a phone number that you pay for monthly before you use the service. Well, postpaid, you have a monthly bill, you have to provide your social security number, identification, the address that will be on the account, and you're billed monthly. So you receive a bill every month. You don't receive a bill prepaid. If you don't pay, you don't continue the service. Postpaid, you'll receive a monthly bill and continue that service until you tell us that you do not want it any longer.
And you said with prepaid account, you can come up with any name that you want.
Yeah, it could be anything that you'd like it to be listed as.
So someone could call it Mickey Mouse and they'll get the phone.
That's fine. Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the reason for your testimony here. Did Verizon
Wireless receive a subpoena from both the Atlanta Police Department and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 469, 464 Yankee and 464 Yankee Alpha and Delta.
All right, go ahead.
I'm going to first approach with State's Exhibit 464 Yankee, 464 Yankee Alpha, and 464 Yankee Delta. Tell me if you recognize 464 Yankee, Yankee Alpha.
Yes.
And first with 464 Yankee, how do you recognize the 464 Yankee?
This is the disc that I signed and dated after reviewing the content.
And we said reviewing the content, what content?
The cell phone records, call details, text message, content.
And is that the content that would have been sent to the requester after a request was made?
Yes.
Now looking at 464 Yankee out. What is 464 Yankee out?
This is one of the explanation sheets that we provide for the call details, and it explains each column that's encompassed in the record.
And it's 464 Yankee.
This is the subscriber information for one of the phone numbers.
And do those items appear to be the complete item from what you reviewed, what was given to the Atlanta Police Department regarding this request?
Yes.
This time the state by the state's exhibit 464 Yankee, 464 Yankee Alpha, and 464 Yankee Delta.
They're admitted,
Thank you, Your Honor.
subject to issues that we have to deal with later.
Yes, thank you. I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 Tango Tango and 1 Tango Tango Alpha. Tell me if you recognize 1 Tango Tango.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 1 Tango Tango?
This is the second disc of records that I signed and dated after reviewing.
And does that appear to be all of the contents that was given based upon a subpoena from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
And what is 1 Tango Tango Alpha?
This is the subscriber information for the second phone number.
And with 1 Tango Tango and 1 Tango Tango Alpha, does it appear to have been any additions or deletions?
No.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender 1 Tango Tango and 1 Tango Tango Alpha into evidence.
Admitted and potentially subject to the same if we need to deal with that as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Senior Analyst Daniels, I want to first start with 464 Yankee. And 464 is specific Yankee Alpha. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, looking at 464 Yankee Alpha, if you can explain to the jury, what are we looking at 464 Yankee Alpha?
So this is again, the explanation sheet for the call details with cell site information included in it, and it has each column and the description of each column.
And if you can just tell the jury briefly about each column and the information that would be contained in the call detail record.
Okay, starting from the furthest to the left, which says network element name, that is the switch name. So again, this is the brand of the network that communicates with the towers to tell it what to do and how to do that. The second column to the right of that column would be mobile directory number. So this is what our target number is, or what the requester asked for the number to be searched. Then you have the dial digit number. That's the number that actually was made to make a phone call. So if you dialed in 1-800-922-0204, that's Verizon's phone number. But if that's what you dialed in, that's what we would see on that column. The next column is the call direction. So this tells us, is it incoming? Is it outcoming? Did it get forwarded to voicemail? Was it routed, internally in the network? The next column is called seizure date time. So this is the time of the actual call starting. So as soon as the call started, that's when the time would start. The seizure duration is exactly that. It's the duration of the call, but it's always in seconds. The first serving cell site. So this is the tower that actually communicated with the switch that initiated the phone call. So that's at the moment the call started, that's the tower that hit on the call hit on the tower. The first serving cell face, so that's the actual, there's sections of a cell tower, and it tells us what section was hit on when that call was made. Then you have the last serving cell site. So that's at the end of the call, where did that call end? What tower was it hitting off of? Again, with the last serving cell face, it's a different section of each tower, and that tells us where the call ended on that section of the tower. And then lastly, you have your calling party number. So that tells us what number initiated the phone call.
Okay. And now I want to show you what's been marked as 464 Yankee Delta. And while that's pulling up, let me ask you, for this record in 464 Yankee Delta, who was the requester of this record? I'm sorry, what agency? Better question.
This was for the, done by the Atlanta Police Department.
And when was this request made?
I was made on August 26, 2015.
Now, looking at 464 Yankee Delta, can you please tell the jury what? We can scroll in. What are we looking at 464 Yankee Delta?
So this is the subscriber information.
And what information is contained on the subscriber information sheet?
So you have the first column, which is, again, that target phone number that was requested.
And what was the target phone number in this case?
This one was 470-217-6080.
I'm sorry. Let's see if I can be there anymore. And I'm sorry, one more time for me, the phone number.
Sorry, it's 470-217-6080.
And in the second column, column B, what information is contained in that column?
That is the account number for the account.
And column C?
It's the name that's listed on the account,
And what was that name?
Sean Hall.
And is this a prepaid or a postpaid account?
This is a prepaid account.
So is that same concept? Sean Hall could be the person or it could be any name that they chose.
Correct.
And when it says please forward to reseller, what does that mean?
The reason you see that there is if you look at the effective date, the request was made from January 1st, 2015 to August 26, 2015. So at the time of May 2015, Verizon Wireless no longer had that phone number. It was with a different carrier. So that's why you see from July 21st, 2015 to July 21st, 2015, it's with a different carrier, not with Verizon Wireless.
And how long did Verizon have this particular phone number?
A little less than a year.
And is that December 2014, December 9th, 2014 through May 31st, 2015 timeframe?
Correct.
And I want to briefly open up 464 Yankee. And we're not going to go through this record, but I want to ask you a question once this is published. We'll come back to that.
All right.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 1, Tango Tango. and publishing One Tango Tango Alpha. Looking at Stacy's in One Tango Tango Alpha. What are we looking at in One Tango Tango Alpha?
This is the subscriber information for the second phone number.
Okay. And for this record, when was this request made?
This request was made February 11th, 2022.
And who made this request?
This was done by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Okay. And looking at One Tango Tango Alpha, what is contained in column A?
Column A is the target number that was provided by the requester to search.
And what is that target number?
That's 706-578-0999.
And when was the search requested for?
The search was requested. Are you speaking about the time frame?
Yes.
The time frame of the search was from February 6, 2022 to February 11, 2022.
And looking at column D, what does MTN stand for?
That's the mobile phone number.
And is that the same number as the target number?
Correct.
All right. And moving to the left, to the right. When it says business name, please forward to reseller, what, if anything, does that mean?
That just means that this phone number, it's not a Verizon number, but it's one of our resellers that uses our towers for service.
And what reseller was this?
Track phone.
And when it says MTN effective date, what is that?
That's just telling us the start of the phone number when it was started.
And on this, does it have a name of a subscriber?
No, because it's a track phone, so it's not our customer.
Now I want to pull up one document in One Tango Tango. I would like for you, if you can, to please, what are we looking at in One Tango Tango?
This is the text message content for the phone number that ends in 0999.
Okay. And going from left to right, if you can just tell the jurors, explain what information is contained within each column.
So the first column you'll see that says message arrival, that is the start of when the text message was sent. The final disposition means when the network actually finished the requested transaction. Doesn't mean that it was delivered or not, just that the request has been completed. Where you see SMSC, that's the switch for the text message. The message info just tells us information about arrival or it's outbound. The message final status will show us delivered or failed. The destination address, it sometimes will have like a website if there's like additional content in there that's not just words. Oh, I just lost where I was. oh, I think where I was on message ID under G. That is just an indicator to us to tell us where that text message is going. The search MTN, again, is that target number. So this was for the 099 number. The originating MDN number is the number that started the text message. So if I send you a text message, my number would appear first. If slide over to J, originate MIN is an internal identification. It's not something for other parties. Terminating MDN is the person who received that text message. So again, if I send you a text message, my number is going to be originating, your number is going to be terminating. And again, terminating MIN is an internal number, has nothing to do with anything outside of Verizon.
And then what would be in the last column?
It would have the content of the message.
And the content column, does it have the content as it's texted on the phone or on the device?
Now, that's information that we would not be able to confirm or deny. There could be things that are not transpired through the network, or there could be symbols that don't transfer over. So I can't say one way or another if it's directly like was texted.
Does Verizon Wires ever manipulate what's contained within the content column?
No.
All right. Court's indulgence for one moment. And we're just trying to fix one issue.
All right.
Your Honor, we're going to publish 464. Now, looking at 464 Yankee, is this the call cell site information that was provided pursuant to the 2015 request?
Yes.
Okay, and is the information within this document consistent with the information that you discussed, which was in 464 Yankee Alpha?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right. Do any defense counsel have questions for this witness?
No, I don't. On behalf of Mr.
Anybody else? No. Okay, go ahead.
Just one TT, or just one? Thank you, Your Honor. Good. No, oh, sure. Sure. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can I ask you some questions about what's now marked as State's Exhibit number 1TT?
Sure.
And if you need it, it's going to be displayed. If you don't need it, I just want to ask you a couple questions.
Sure.
I'm specifically focusing on the text message content column. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
And you said something to the effect, I'm not saying this is a quote, but something like Verizon does not verify the accuracy of the content of those words, something like that. Is that correct?
In so many words.
Can you do me a favor? what happens, like if I was to send you a text and I ask, how are you? On the records, it may not come out like that. Is that what you're telling the jury?
That is a possibility.
And why, and if you don't know this, just it's beyond my capability, but why is that?
There could be a lot of factors, but I wouldn't have the factors to provide to you.
Do you know when, like, something is verbatim versus something's not verbatim? Do we have any type of, if you look at the records, any type of knowing like, hey, this is not accurate, but this one is?
Yeah, I would not be able to provide that. I don't have that information to
No,
to
I
tell
understand.
you.
It's beyond your, no, okay. So you just can't verify that column.
Correct.
How about the other columns? Are they fairly accurate?
All of the columns are fairly accurate, but I wouldn't be able to say with 100% certainty the text message content is exactly what was text.
That's what I was saying. Besides the text message content, the other columns,
Correct. They're
phone
all
number,
accurate.
duration.
They're
and-
all accurate.
Okay, it's just the text message column that you don't want to verify.
Correct.
All right, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, anybody else? I didn't hear from everybody yet. Any other defense attorney questions? No, shaking heads, no. Okay, any redirect? All right,
With the text message content, although you can't say that's what was put in the phone, the content that is there, where does that come from?
It comes from what was sent through the network, through the switch.
Okay, so it's still information, just all right. Okay. Is it,
you may rephrase.
thank you, Your Honor. Is it possible it's not the entire text or parts of the text? Is-
Sounds like it does,
Yeah.
sustained.
Let me ask a better question. What do you mean by the fact that it would come in what you just said?
What I mean is that once a text message is sent through the switch, through the net, which is the network, it is then sent to the other party. When that message is transpired in our content detail, we can't say that there were symbols left out or symbols that are added because we use emojis or pictures in there. So I can't say, yes, there's the whole message, or no, it's not the whole message, because there are other things that can go on to make it where you can't read it, like it's not legible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. All right, Ms. Jill. Okay, thank you for your time. You are excused. Let's take a quick bathroom break and then we'll get to your next witness.
And if you can approach on the bathroom break.
Okay. All right, well, we'll take a somewhat longer bathroom break. I've got these 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kind of stacks of the correspondence between the state and various attorneys for co-defendants who've pled. And I really hate to do this to you. And some of them are really thin, so it's easy enough for me to just sort through it, but some of them are fairly thick, 2/3 of an inch.
I know, and that was the thin
And
down.
they are in, I don't know, because I've only just now kind of flipped through, but they don't seem to be in any kind of like chronological order. But it may be that, you know, something is like a string that started in 2022 and goes all the way through to 2024. I don't know, maybe. But they're all just sort of bound together as one. And it would be so much more helpful if I knew where one email stopped and the next one started.
Okay.
So can I give these back to you
Yes.
to sort of put in just a little bit more followable format? And then y'all can give them back to me in the morning. Okay, and if you can start with whomever the attorney for Mr. Zachary is, since he may be the first person.
He's not, he wasn't.
He won't be?
He wasn't, he's not one of these people. He did not
Oh.
plea. He was not
Okay.
a defendant on this
Okay.
indictment.
All right, great, then we won't have to worry about that.
Can I ask you a quick question about that?
Yes,
I may have misunderstood Miss Love earlier, but when she was talking about giving you these communications,
Mhm.
I thought I heard her drop in a clause that said except for the plea negotiations.
I don't remember.
Did
her
you say that,
saying
or did I mishear you?
Yeah,
Okay, great, thank you.
yeah. Okay. Mr. Shar, you had some sort of an evidentiary issue to raise.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it's 464 Yankee. It's the historical cell calls of Demise McMullen. The witness identified it as a business record. Of course, we just saw it on this, you know, we saw a CD. But it was briefly displayed to the point that I saw it. It has added columns that 464 Yankee, as it is right now, has added columns that are not in the format that they would have been received from Verizon. That one added column is,
Hang on, can you pull it up so I can look at what he's talking about? Go ahead.
and so typically, I do the same thing when I get cell phone records. I add columns to identify the people that I believe are associated with certain phones. And it looks like that's what someone that was not an employee of Sprint did here. And
So I see on the screen right now, columns A through I.
so I'm referring to D, and there's one over on the far right that might be like J or K.
Okay.
M. So those are things that someone, as part of the investigative team,
All right.
added those.
Let me ask.
So we actually did, yes, and we are deleting those columns and adding them to and making sure that the correct column is there. I don't think myself or the Verizon custodian, because she observed these records or she reviewed them, she must not have caught that, because we sent these to her so she can look through all of the documents. And so once we published this is when we noticed that we immediately put it down. And so all the other columns are the same as the historical cell site explanation.
Other than D and M?
Other than D and M. So
And so y'all are gonna withdraw 464Y and put in a substitute 464Y that does not include, or that shifts everything over 2 columns, I guess?
Yeah, so
or what?
464 Yankee is what we thought was the entire Verizon records as returned. So we're going to take out this one document and replace it with a right. This one.
So it's only this one McMullen.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's try to be a little bit more careful, please.
Yes, and we will, Your Honor, yes.
Anything else on that?
And also we expect the evidence will come out.
I mean, it's, and not that this is correct, we do expect the evidence will come out that these are the Miles McMullen
Okay.
records, but we will make sure it is the right records.
Okay, and actually, one thing you just said reminded me of something that I wanted to bring up. You had said you sent them to her to review, and that's great, but that just reminded me, we've had two sort of, I don't know, crime scene-ish type witnesses on the stand today. One of whom reviewed 60 pictures on the stand, and one of whom reviewed 127 pictures on the stand. And they actually did that pretty fast, but is there, I mean, would anybody have an objection to when we're talking about, you know, the actual people that took the photos who are also kind of professional at doing these kind of jobs? I don't mean like a victim of a crime and this is her house. I don't mean like that, but like, you know, the reporting officer to the scene. Would y'all have any objection, and this goes for everybody in the event that the defense ends up calling witnesses as well, to just being able to have that witness when they're waiting outside, go ahead and review them just to see, you know, hey, are you familiar with these? So that when they're on the stand, you can say, you know, you review them outside at you know, everybody agrees and all of that's fine, but that might save 10 minutes, 5 minutes here and there.
So, Your Honor, actually, the witnesses that had reviewed them, they, in one instance, at least the 128 photos, they had actually initialed every one of, like, they had reviewed.
Right,
all
but
of
when
them.
they get handed to them by an attorney and say, can you, and I know that's like what, you know, the process is, but it is equally okay to say, you just review, you know, you just now reviewed these outside, you know, are you familiar with them?
We can
or
do that.
whatever. And I mean, obviously, if you give them to them and say review, they're going to do it again. But anybody have a problem with us, you know, maybe like cutting out a minute or two here or there just by doing it that way? Everybody's good with that? All right, let's, you know, from now on, and maybe it'll save us a day or something. I don't know. Okay. All right, I have listened to the entirety of the recorded conversation between the investigator and Ms. B. And she essentially, I guess I see where she got the idea that I, as the judge, had been the one that said she had to testify. Not really, but I get where she got it, because at some point the investigator says, so we'll let the judge know, or Miss Hilton will let the judge know that you don't want to appear. And it was in the context of appearing on camera. But I mean, I guess she took from that, oh man, they still gave me a subpoena. So the judge said I have to appear, when that's not in fact what happened. But there wasn't anything nefarious going on. It was just a kind of a misunderstanding, I guess, on her part. And the only other thing, just for, you know, I mean, she is reiterating very strongly everything that she put in the email that y'all all have access to, about that she wants everybody, prosecution and defense, to know that she does not consider herself a witness. I'm sorry, a victim. She does not consider herself a victim. She doesn't look at herself that way. It's a surprise to her that anybody thinks she's a victim, given that this was sort of collateral damage to her apartment. Her apartment wasn't targeted. If she is called to testify, I think she's very much going to make that clear from the stand. One question I have is, given that we already have the testimony from, I think it was Officer Hill, is there anything additional that this witness would be able to present to the jury that would not be cumulative of the officer's testimony?
Your Honor, I think that, and I'll have to confirm reading her, what she did tell them, but I think that she, one second, let me confirm something real quick.
Okay. So this is, I don't know if it's because I closed it too far, but It's like when you're signing. If it closes all the way, does it like disappear? Because that could be something like that. Thank you. It's just the comments.
Your Honor, we can evaluate that
Okay.
and
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, I'm trying to think if there was anything else that I wanted to tell y'all, but is there anything else that y'all want to tell me or that we can deal with right now?
I think I think I briefly mentioned it while we were there at the bench, and the court said that that was something we didn't necessarily need to take up, but there may be, given certain evidentiary matters that we could not broach with certain witnesses, there may be
Okay.
a need to bring in.
Oh, yes, right. Thank you. Okay, so yes, there were, which officer was it? The officer that reported to
Miss to Miss
not
Bees,
Bell?
no, Miss,
Okay.
it was Officer Hill.
Was it Officer Hill? I don't think so. I think it was before that. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Who the neighbor was, who was in the neighboring house or apartment. And of course, there were hearsay objections, and I mean, it's a valid hearsay objection, and that's why it was sustained. But out of one side of defense mouths is a lot of, can we move this trial along? The state's taken too much time. Why does the state want to present all of these witnesses? And then the state had apparently cut a witness or two, hoping to just have this officer testify to who lived next door. And now the state needs to bring in one or two or three more people. And it's fine. It's a valid hearsay objection. And maybe, I don't know whether the state had talked to the defense about, hey, we're trying to cut down on, the time that this trial's taken. We're thinking about having the officer testify to who lived next door. Would y'all have an objection to that? Are you going to make us do all of that? And then we'd know beforehand. So I don't know if that happened or not.
We had not done that thing
Okay.
right there. We had provided a list that had people that had other people on there.
Yeah.
And so we can make it plainer.
Okay.
For instance, with I think that we had mentioned a few days or weeks ago regarding some of the maybe some crime scene technicians that we were going to eliminate and have some officers testify about, but we need to bring in, because if there are certain objections, they're just certain that are
Okay.
sustained.
So, yeah, maybe let's short circuit some of this in either talk in person or over email or with a representative or something. When you've got an idea like that, like, okay, I can eliminate 3 witnesses if there's not a hearsay objection to XYZ. And then defense attorneys, y'all can let the state know what your position is. And if your position is, we don't care about saving 5 days of testimony, we're going to make the objection, that's fine. Y'all can do that. But then they'll know ahead of time and they won't maybe even attempt to get that in the other way. So I don't know, thank you for bringing that to everybody's attention. And yeah, just in future, if there's going to be a potential shortcut, I appreciate you trying to think about it. Just let them know beforehand, and then they can let you know, is that going to be one they're okay with or not? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
And we had the outstanding issue about AS not wanting to be videoed. I don't know if we want to take that up now or if the state's prepared now or
I
later?
don't know. I think, were y'all gonna get further information and get back to me?
Yes, we were.
And
gonna
you're
get-
not ready
No,
on that
we-
yet?
no, we-
Okay, I know it's only been a couple of hours.
Right,
Okay, and do we know when they're gonna be this week, a month from now?
I checked with my partner, not the
Somewhere in
court.
between?
But no, as the matters that we were bringing up to the court earlier regarding longer people have shifted our.
Right, because I don't know who was up here, but y'all all heard there was an expected witness. Was it Turner? Who was it that you said hurt their back?
There were two, and Detective Thorpe hurt his back.
Thorpe.
And obviously the other witness that ended up at Grady this morning.
Right. Yeah, so, right. So there has been some, as of, I guess, today, information learned by the state that's going to require some shifting around of witnesses. So do you still expect AS to potentially testify this week, or will they get moved?
They may get moved.
Okay.
We also want, as we're trying to find out certain statuses.
Okay, so I guess maybe just let us know first thing in the morning if you have further information or not.
Yes, we can do that.
All right, and with regard to all of the things that were due from everybody, including Ms. Abbasi was going to give me something. Are those on their way to me?
So yeah, we have the brief. We have to file the brief, but we have the brief written. Yes.
Okay.
And let's see what else. And I think that we are. Let's see what else we do.
Right, Amy. And then said it like it was a surprise. Like he just happened to end up in the hospital this morning, knowing that you guys incarcerated that boy right when he got out of the hospital. Like he could have a staph infection or something dealing with Fulton County, Rice Street.
I'm recounting everything.
I'm so annoyed with her.
We're going to work on these. We are still cutting out the court asked us to see if we could pare down the list of co-conspirator statements that we had given, and we were still
working
paring
on
that down.
Okay. So I guess as you know of, if you've been through 3 pages and you at least know that, like what is in and what's out for those, just kind of pass it along to the defense, as y'all know, so that they can start to focus on what objections, if any, they want to make to the stuff you do want in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
because of that need to rearrange witnesses this week, does the state anticipate any witnesses this week that were not on the witness list circulated last Friday?
Your Honor, in light of the timing of all of this, of course, we've all been in the same place, but that is possible. So first of all, we need to find out that information about the status of the longest witness that we had, because we want that person up as quickly as we can get them. So until we get that information, we cannot commit to whether that's going to change things and put people in, but it is likely that we will have to bring in people that we were not going to bring in for this week.
Okay.
Because
So yeah, it sounds like it's just as likely as not that it'll be a different list of witnesses. Can you get that together tonight and get it to the defense?
Yes,
I
and
assume-
we're,
Do you know like which kind of set of acts you're gonna go to?
they're all dealing with the set of retaliatory shootings that occurred after January 10th. And it's possible that another co-defendant that entered a plea, after I speak with this person's attorney, I can confirm that, but it's possible that one of those people will be testifying. But
Can you let them know by like 8 o'clock tonight?
yes, as
If
long as
it's
we
not
can,
the people you put in before, like who you think it is gonna be?
yes, and yes, we need to
Okay.
find out this. We really need to find out one status of one person.
Okay. Well, and I guess if you don't know for sure what the status of that witness
We'll
is,
assume.
just go ahead and, give them the fallback set of witnesses.
We can do that.
Appreciate that. Okay. So are there other matters that we can deal with?
If we could be allowed to, as soon as the court permits, we want to start alerting certain people if
Okay.
there is the need to,
All
and
right.
to find out those statuses.
All right, well, the answer can be no, but you can also send one of the 6 people that you have in court right now off to do that while you stay around and deal with potential evidentiary issues. Right? Yes.
Give it, I'm probably the one that's going to be pointing
Okay,
out the ones
then-
that need to be.
Then you go and let somebody else deal with evidentiary issues. There may not be any. I don't know. Why don't we just take the 2 more minutes and find out if there's an answer to the question? Are we ready to deal with any other non-jury matters right now? I really need y'all to get that way soon, though, because we keep having these unexpected non-jury hours. So let's get ready fairly quickly to deal with some evidentiary issues. Okay?
I'll say this, and I believe the court was copied on it. Mr. Steele filed after their review of the evidentiary item. So we just need the opportunity to look through.
Yeah.
That
Yes.
filing, and we can work through that.
Okay.
Okay.
You added more? Okay, great. All right. Okay, yeah, anything else right now?
I found that last witness interesting, so I'm getting cases for you, and I put it in writing just so everyone's alert.
Okay.
And I put it from me, but I did discuss with everyone on the representing people here, representing the accused here.
Right.
The last witness said that column in 1 TT, she could not verify its accuracy, and she's a records custodian, which has to verify the accuracy, that it comes in the normal course of business, and it is how they handle it, and it's accurate. And I have a couple cases, but I'm looking for more. But I'm going to be objecting to that column. I just wanted to give you, if you want to take that up now, but I am looking for more cases, but that will be an objection. And that was preserved, I know, by we went to the bench and we had specifics on the text messages, certain words, certain messages were not relevant, but I wanted to make it encompass that entire column.
Okay, so the objection at the bench was that in terms of the content, we hadn't hashed out
Right.
whether
And now I'm objecting.
whether everything was going to come in or not. And it sounded like that with regard to authentication, as long as she testified to authenticate everything,
And
it
that's
would,
my
that objection, that wasn't going to be made. And I've kind of already admitted it for Although I think all that's been displayed so far is maybe 1 page worth, is
Yeah.
that right?
And you blacked out. This honorable court ordered it blacked out. So there's no, I'm not trying to go backwards. I'm just
Okay.
saying in the future, we would like to exclude based upon that testimony, the text messages.
All right, and do y'all want to respond right now or at all, or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We believe that the testimony of the custodian was she cannot verify what actually gets transmitted into the document, but the document as it is what Verizon gets, what Verizon produces, and that none of the people at Verizon manipulate what is in that content column, but it's solely because of transmission. She even gave the explanation. An emoji might not come through because of however the language changes. When I say the language, I mean like the technical language changes, but whatever is in the record is what has been transmitted and produced into the record. And so
Is what Verizon has.
Is what Verizon has, and Verizon produces what it has.
Yeah, so I mean, I think to that extent, it is authenticated as the records Verizon has. And with the sort of caveat that what is shown in the content column may not be precisely what it was my understanding that she was saying it might not be precisely what the ultimate recipient gets, because it doesn't pick up, it may not pick up something like a symbol or an emoji.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
So I don't think that that column is not properly authenticated. I think it is. It's just that you all will be able to make whatever argument you make about whether they should believe anything about what is said for the content of that. It is what Verizon gets from the switch, whatever the switch is.
She would, and obviously Miss Winfrey would be the best person, but the way I have it is Miss Hilton asked Miss Daniels, the witness, and the content column talking about what we're talking about. Does it have the content as it is texted on the phone or on the device? And Miss Daniels said, no. That's information that we would not be able to confirm or deny. There could be things that are not transferred through the network, or there could be symbols that don't transfer over. So I can't say one way or another if it's directly like what it was texted. That was
Right.
on direct.
And then following up, we got further detail that it sounded like it was things like symbols and emojis, but that what is shown on there is what Verizon, that comes from the switch/network, essentially. So
Okay, I'm just, I just want my record, I guess, to be accurate. But I asked on cross-examination, I said, can you do me a favor? What happens if I were to send you a text message and I asked, how are you? On the records, it may not come out like that. Is that what you're telling the jury? And her answer is, that is a possibility.
yes.
That has nothing to do with an emoji. That's the words.
No, I heard that too.
She said there could be a lot of factors, but I wouldn't have the factors to provide to you. I'm not able to provide that. I don't have that information to tell you, is what she said.
Okay.
So I would like you not to admit that column.
Okay, well, it's somewhat problematic that you're only making the authentication objection now after the witness is gone.
I'm not trying to, I thought we made it.
You made a relevance, well, not you, but you, the defense team, made not even a relevance objection, but made an objection to essentially the kind of thing I understood it to be, not as to authentication of anything, but as to should something nonetheless be excluded content-wise because of some other objection, like we've been hashing through with other people's phone calls and interviews and all of those kind of things that are otherwise objectionable. And I'm sorry, that was the way I understood. I think I even said so not authentication. This is just going to be authentication here.
Well, I don't believe that that
I mean,
witness,
apparently you didn't mean that, but I didn't.
well,
know
I don't,
that.
no, I did not, I wanted to hear from the witness. That's why we would not stipulate. And the witness, I don't believe, laid a proper foundation before this honorable court for text message content. And I don't believe it's waived.
Your Honor, I believe their argument would go to weight, not admissibility. She said that these are the records that Verizon gets, these are the records that Verizon produced pursuant to the subpoena that she received, and that this is the information that was given from Verizon. Now, whether or not defense counsel wants to challenge the content inside of it based upon what she said, they can, but the records themselves is what came from Verizon. I think she was clear in. I'm saying that I can't tell you for a fact that this is what was put into the phone, but this is what was transmitted from the switch, and this is what was produced. And again, no one has changed what was in the content column, but this is what is produced directly from the records. And it was probably authenticated because there was no authentication objection at the time in which the records were tendered and admitted. And these records have been provided to defense counsel, I believe, since 2022. So that column is there. So even when she began talking about it again, doesn't change the fact that the records themselves are authenticated.
I mean, I really do think that if there was gonna be an authentication objection to that column, even, that you could easily have alerted the court to the fact. And I know you were examining her about, well, is the content going to be exactly this, or, you know, is this something that if displayed to the jury and it says, how are you? It may or may not have actually said, how are you? But with regard to it being the record of Verizon, you should have said, I've got an authentication objection to this based on what she said.
I don't know. I'll look at a waiver issue, but
Okay.
I don't believe, you know, they put up the witness, it's their burden, and the witness did not come through on that column, in my opinion, and we voiced an objection.
That's the part I guess I'm having a problem with, is the we voiced an objection part, because you did not say that you had an authentication objection when we were up here at the bench.
Okay, so whatever was said at the bench is said at the bench, and then we blacked out, we mean the court blacked out, and now I don't believe that there's any reason to say that it's waived, because it was blacked out, not discussed, and the witness did not lay the foundation, in my opinion. And
they may not be able to. I'm just saying, you know, the time to make the objection is when we still have the witness available.
well, then, I mean, the witness was examined, she said on direct, then on cross, and then on redirect, and I don't believe that that portion, when a records custodian comes in and they say, I cannot verify the record, this is what I have, but I don't verify it, then they have failed.
Well, she's verifying that this is the official record of Verizon.
But I can't
She's just
verify
saying,
the content.
I guess we can't verify that the content is exactly that the content but I mean, this is what she could have clarified if we had known that this was an objection.
Yeah, I believe she did. I think she did clarify, because when the question came on cross, what she said is, this is the content that is given from the record, from the switch. So this is.
We know what that means. She said network at some point, but I mean, I don't know.
Your Honor, I can, if we need additional clarification, I can see if she's available to return. But again, she confirmed that the records that are inserted are the records that are produced. That is what has to be authenticated. The content inside of it, she explained, as a Verizon custodian, I cannot say this is what was texted in the phone. However, this is the documentation pursuant to what has been transmitted that comes in. She gave further explanation to explain, I'm talking about emojis might be missing, But I also asked her, does anyone at Verizon change what is in the content itself? And she said no.
Right.
Because that is the record as produced. So she authenticated the record. If there's
Right.
a challenge to the content,
I
then
mean, I guess it honestly is more like Mr. Steele hasn't referred to it in this way, but if there is a column that, and if it is all that could possibly be missing is an emoji or a symbol, that's one thing. But that's, I mean, part of her testimony suggests that. Part of her testimony suggests it may be more from the, if I text you, how are you today? And you can't say whether the record's going to reflect that or not, then maybe it's something more than the emoji. And this is something that could have been cleared up potentially if we still had the witness. But if it is, if the contents of the content column can in no way be relied upon to be even close to what actually got texted, and I'm not saying that that is the case, but I'm saying I don't think it's 100% clear about that, then it's essentially would be like a relevance objection to that column, regardless of whether it is the document, the official document from Verizon. So while Mr. Steele has said it's an authentication objection, I mean, is that essentially what you're saying, is that if we don't know whether anything about that content is accurate, then why should that ever go before the jury?
Of course, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But I think that could be an argument, and when the contents come in, there will be corroborating evidence around the relevant content. I think that that's something that can be addressed on a text message by text message basis once we get to that portion of the identified text messages in the relevant portion of time.
Well,
and I mean, if we need to recall the Verizon wireless custodian, we can do that. I can see if she's available tomorrow morning.
I mean, it's ultimately up to y'all, but you hear the arguments being made. Okay. All right. Anything else today? No. All right. Okay. So we're gonna, I guess, adjourn court a little bit early for today, but please, just like Friday, please continue to work on this case together and separately, because there is clearly so much still that needs to, that y'all need to get together on and address, and let me know about, so that we can sort out whatever issues remain and not have to only do it on the fly. Okay. All right. So I'm thinking 8:45 tomorrow for all of us. All right, I'll see y'all then.
And did the court give you till in the morning so you wanted these?
You can just give those to me first thing in the morning,
Okay.
and by first thing in the morning, I mean 8:45. Okay.
All right. So, I mean, it was a better day in court today. I am definitely concerned about Lil D. I know these guys have done what they have done, either alleged or proven, and all of that. There is just an air, a sense of humanity that I think the state has a burden to represent for the people who have elected them in office, i.e., Miss Fannie Willis and her team. I'm very disappointed, and also extremely concerned about how they would handle this particular witness, pulling him from the hospital is one thing, and incarcerating him in a place that we all know that is not even livable in that state, knowing that the lengths that they will go to torture while incarcerated. There is evidence of that. There is testimony of that. And no one seems to be batting an eye. And that's just, I mean, beyond concerning for me on a whole nother level, because given the eyes on this case and to still be operating in that sense, it's just heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking, it's concerning, and I am praying that there is a probe and some changes uh, going on. It's obvious that the judge is reliant on what her team advises her, and the level of deceit that goes on with the state, the misleading deceit, meaning not telling the whole truth, kind of. Well, it's my impression that he's in Grady Hospital this morning. That he's in the hospital. He's no longer incarcerated, and that just seems like gameplay. Throw him in there, make him suffer, and get him out before court comes in tomorrow, so that on paper it looks like he made whatever complaints. Like, I'm sure this child was complaining, and like, it's just on one hand, it makes me so grateful just for the men that I know and that I love, that I don't have to love them through these types of moments. On the other hand, it makes my heart break for just the power struggle that goes on with the state. And I can only imagine that if this is happening in just this one county, there's no telling. So, I mean, this country is always, lately kind of changing laws and doing things that benefit their agenda. This is an agenda I like to see addressed. And how do we get there? I don't know. But it definitely needs to be addressed. So, I mean, there's no reason for that. I was talking in the chat where, as an ultrasound tech, I worked for, I mean, these weren't even state hospitals. This is South Fulton Medical Center, Grady Hospital. I worked at Grady Hospital as an ultrasound tech, and we saw all types of patients, hospitalized and outpatient. We saw incarcerated men and women from state prison, federal prison, as well as county prison. And we even went to their rooms sometimes to do their ultrasounds. They were always, handcuffed, and they always had guards with them and that sort of a thing. But at the end of the day, these were people who needed care. And I just don't understand. It's just hard for me, with a background in as a clinician, a senior clinician, to understand the need to incarcerate this person. There is in-home health. I mean, there's just so many different options. And with the amount of technology that we have, it's absurd. And, I just don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. That was hard for me. And I don't even want to see this man, but I know I need to see this man so that the fire can still stay in my heart um to operate just however I'm led to. And it needs to be seen, but it is so hard to watch. So I'm going to take a couple of comments. Absolutely. I agree. It's disgusting. It is. It's horrible. And, just woe be unto them, really. And what I should be doing as a Christian, and, a woman with that sort of heart, is praying for mercy and praying for God to do something about this heart of the state and those people who have that type of power. And I mean, that's what I should be doing, but I'm also human. So I struggle with that, and I always have. Given all of that, I don't think that court is going to be that eventful tomorrow. And I need a little break just from this piece, and even just the brazen, the way that this lady, I don't even want to mention her name at this point, just kind of throws that out there as if she's done nothing wrong, as if it's that, like, this mode of operation is okay. And to see that attorney, this new attorney, who doesn't even have all the details, just throwing himself on the mercy of the court, begging for this man's life. It's just, it's hard, it's difficult, and I need a little break. So I think what I'm going to do, and I hate to do it, but I'm going to take a couple days. I think that court will be kind of, not so eventful. I'm going to watch it from afar, and I'll plan to be back online streaming on Thursday. That should give us enough time to flush things out a little bit. I don't see them pulling this guy out of the hospital, especially with giving what has transpired with him over the weekend. The people that are in charge of his care should be in protective mode. And given the way that this attorney was begging, and blood transfusions are very, very serious when it comes to someone being ill and having a terminal type of illness and being in that state. So I'm just going to take a couple days, and I'm going to come back on Thursday and start streaming on Thursday. If something, only streaming. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that, Amy. Thank you. I'm just gonna kind of pop in and see what's going on. If something is really happening, or like if it's something going down, then I'll definitely come online. I appreciate you supporting me so much, and just rocking through this emotional roller coaster with this case. It's so much fun. But I will definitely be back. I plan to be back Thursday at 11:30. But if it gets spicy, I'll just pop in, and we'll go from there. So I'll be around. Oh, thank you, Amy. You're so supportive and so sweet. Girl, I don't know how I would have gotten through these days without you in here joking and laughing, and just, dang near crying together over what's happening in this state, and it's so close to home. It's just like, oh my goodness. So anyway, we did get to see a little eye candy today, Mr. Officer, the Honorable Officer Pitt. He was so handsome. I'm still team Max Sharp though. I'm still team Max Sharp. But yeah, that was some good eye candy. And I will see you back on Thursday if nothing eventful doesn't happen in the meantime. I thank you so much. Hug your baby for me if he'll let you. I know how the teenagers are, but when you pick him up today, just give him a little squeeze for me. We can't love on our boys enough, considering what's the hearts of people that are out there. So I thank you so, so much, and I appreciate you. And I'll see you Thursday. Have a good evening.